found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines. And show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cock sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, isn't it? But I mean, this is a 2024. We're freestyling it through the first bit just till we find our feet. And today is a special. We are helping Nathan Oakley because we've realised, with the intervention, all of the things that, need fixing, because it's 2024. It's about time that we got a few things straight. That I've been saying for years, right? Me personally, I'm not a flat earther, but a lot of people say that I am a flat earther, but I'm obviously not, right? So it's like somebody calling me a coward or somebody calling me a child abuser or whatever, right? It means nothing. I know I'm not. So use your words, whatever you want. But it appears that just recently, there's a guy, a leader, calls himself an alpha within this flat earth community. And he's gone a little bit off the rails. In fact, the whole group of them, called the Flat Earth Debate Crew, they're running they're saying some ridiculous things. And although I'm not a flat earther, a lot of people have called me a flat earther. And to be honest, I feel sort of embarrassed for the flat earthers, because there's this guy that, people are getting associated to, called Nathan Oakley, and his cohorts. So there's a group of them, like a gang, if you will, of rogue flat earthers acting stupid, saying some ridiculous things. And I sort of, I'm not against flat earthers. I'm just not a flat earther. But there's a certain group of them that are making flat earthers look bad. Now, you may think that's a little bit of a ridiculous statement to say, that making flat earthers look bad, because, well, some people are out here, I think, with the purpose of making flat earthers look bad. And now I don't know whether that's intentional, or whether they're just, not fully aware of the entire situation or whatever. But I mean, I don't think it's fair to associate certain people to this ridiculous flat earther. So the idea today is to just help Nathan Oakley out a little bit, to let him know that I think it's gone a bit too far, Nathan. You're making flat earthers look bad. And even to those people that, get associated with flat earthers, because, I mean, well, I'll go through it a little bit later, but it turns out that the straight line alone can be deemed as being flat earth. So, like you two, under the certain set of circumstances, may also be linked to these flat earthers. If you say the wrong thing, or maybe the right thing, right? Because some of these things are facts. So if you say certain facts to certain people at a certain time, they may just end up getting triggered by these facts, and they may then start associating you with flat earthers. And in that case, you definitely don't want to be associated with the flat earth debate element of the flat earth community, because they're saying some really ridiculous things. And these people that say facts about straight lines and stuff, you wouldn't want to associate them with, the ridiculous statements that are coming out of the flat earth debate community. So tonight, sort of, it's our intervention, the realists' intervention for Nathan Oakley. And I've also, I've been over to talk to some flat earthers. I mean, admittedly, I've not been able to talk to all of the flat earthers, because, I mean, there's many different groups of flat earthers. But, I mean, if you're out there and you want to come and have a conversation, or you want me to come over to your place and we'll have a conversation about this sort of thing, then give us a shout. We're always open for conversation. In fact, that's what we're here for. I know most people don't really like having the conversation, but if you're one of those people that wants to have a conversation about maybe how ridiculous the flat earth movements become, how maybe there may be some decent elements of flat earth, but from what I've seen recently within this Discord arena of flat earth, there's some crazy things. I mean, I've just recently become an ambassador at the politics server. So, at least there's chance of us being able to talk to people, within different arenas for different conversations. But the element of flat earth over on the politics server, they're really difficult to talk to. I went over there today to talk about the straight line and to try and explain how we might be able to help Nathan Oakley overcome like a hurdle he set for himself. But hopefully, because what it is, I'm student of logic, argument, being able to debate and put a point across, right? So Nathan Oakley, like you may have heard, right? He says the Earth is measured flat. He started this year off with that, right? So coming at it from that point of view, right? It's a ridiculous statement that Nathan Oakley said. But uh-oh. Was that you trying to say something, Rob, or is that just really bad connection? I don't know. Maybe hot mic. No, you might need to start again there, Rob. So the idea is that we keep we try to help Nathan Oakley along with the ridiculous task that he set himself. And you could hear he's been asking people to help him out. And I think I've come up with a solution. You know, you may call it inventive, but it's within the argumentation and the form of argument. And it sort of, it's for us to be able to sort of help Nathan Oakley out, right? So we'll go over that in a bit. But first off, for the reason for us to need to do this, we heard that Nathan's having a intervention, and I think he's tried to do it on a couple of shows, and he doesn't quite know how to start it. You know, how to deal with the whole thing of the intervention. And, you know, how to mainly you need to get to the issues that need to be sorted and address those issues. Well, as we know, most of the people within this arena have come around, like as he says, he's been around here for years, 10 years. Him and Flat Earth Math started off, you know, debating flat earthers or whatever, interviewing flat earthers, doing similar sort of thing. And so most of us within this arena have all grown up around Nathan Oakley, but he's sort of changed, or whether he changes or you change within the arena. But there seems to be a certain point where you fall off. You know, you come to a realization where Nathan Oakley, like he either wasn't what it was when you first started, or you begin to see beyond. You begin to realize that these housekeeping questions that he did have, you can't really use them. There's nowhere you can actively use these conversations with it, maybe with your missus, or, you know, with Dave down the pub, whatever. You know, all right, Dad, how you doing? And what do you think about this? And they never work. So there's not much help that comes along with that sort of stuff. And then you realise that maybe you'd like to go in there and have a chat, you know, ask a few questions. But again, if you don't say the right things, it never really comes off right. And, you know, it's really hard to communicate with people as it is in this modern day times. But now, like, it's even harder to talk to people on the internet. And, like, you don't really want to voice yourself, especially if you're going to be, like, interrogated by something. It's hard work. So, yeah, Nathan Oakley, this is an attempt for us to try and communicate. I mean, I've been over there. I personally have been over to try and put this point across to Nathan, how I can help him with his ridiculous statement, measuring the earth flat. I think to anybody really, it's hard to explain, but it's a contradiction in terms. Like a measurement is a distance, an actual measurement, and flat is something without deviation. So the measurement would negate the flatness. So you can't technically or literally measure something flat. It's a measurement of nothing. And is a measurement of nothing an actual measurement? I'd say no. So yeah, sorry, Nathan, but I can't go along with that. But I have developed a logical way that Nathan Oakley can come out of this the victor. But again, me saying this might negate Nathan being able to do this. So I don't know whether it's helpful or not helpful, but if there are any flat earthers out there, right? I mean, forget about Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley's gone and he's told you to go out there and tell people it's measured flat. Well, he's not going to give you why, but I can give you an explanation that when somebody says, how do you mean it's measured flat? I can help you out. So, like, forget about...
I'm trying to understand. I'm sorry.
Oh, go on.
Sorry, but I was going to say, I still don't understand how it's measured flat when, like, say your tool establishes a horizontal plane. That's not the earth. That's the tool that creates the horizontal plane that you measure the elevation changes off of. But it's like they're trying to say that the horizontal plane that the tool is creating is earth.
I know, that's why it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
That's why it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah. So, like, for people like you and Nathan Oakley to say it's measured flat, right? And at some point, somebody's going to say to you, Rob, you're a flat earther. What's all of this about measuring the earth flat? And you're going to say what? Like,
I'm going to say that's ridiculous. I consider flat earth as just a topic. If you go outside and look at the earth, like the dirt that you stand on, none of it's flat. Because if it was, we wouldn't need surveyors to make it flat.
Right. Well, I know you, Rob. I know that I don't want to try and baffle you with this, but I want you to be able to take a win, like take a conversation with somebody away from this, right? Yes, what Nathan Oakley says does sound ridiculous because you're thinking of it in a realistic state, right? This statement, like, it's obviously not measured flat. And you can tell people that, right? You can literally say to them, look, in that sense that you're thinking of it, right? It sounds ridiculous, and it is, right? Because that's what Nathan Oakley's come up with. But let's take this on, right? Let's say, to start off with, let's take as a premise, not a premise, it's like an axiom. Let's just say a starting thing, that we've got a false dichotomy. Right now, you don't really need to know what a false dichotomy is because it's already been established. Right? So we can just say, as we go on through this, there's a false dichotomy being set up. that false dichotomy for this purpose is it's either a flat Earth or it's a globe. Globe, flat. That's your dichotomy, right? I just call that a false dichotomy because I can prove both of them false. But for the purposes of this argument, right, we're just going to set that up as a starting base, right?
Understood.
Okay. Now, there's also another guy called Bob the Science Guy. Now, Bob the Science Guy, being a science-minded man, right? Like, he knows way more than we do about the globe, right? Most people don't know much about the globe. But Bob, the science guy, makes this argument, right? And he says, if the Earth is a sphere, P, right? It's a P statement. Then the shortest distance between 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Right? Now, this is the very clever part about the measuring it flat. See, because a modus tollens to Bob's statement would be the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. So that means that you could literally measure the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. And on a vertical as well, it'll work. It doesn't really matter which orientation. This is just the shortest distance between 2 points. You could literally measure that. And by measuring it, you negate Bob's P statement. So you can falsify the globe of Bob's statement, the sphere Earth of Bob's statement. And obviously, because you've set up a false dichotomy, the only other option is flat. So how about that? I mean, most people would think it's a little bit of a stretch, but it requires on this, you know, like you understanding the science of this, the blue marble science. And since I think the awareness of most people of the blue marble science and the requirements of the shortest distance between 2 points on this spherical Earth, like Bob says, can't be a straight line. So for any flat earthers that are listening, just take it as though Nathan Oakley is talking about the straight line. That is the measurement of flat, providing you've set up a false dichotomy.
I would say that it wouldn't work anyway, because in Bob's argument, it is non sequitur. And by doing that, what you propose to do, this measurement of a straight line, it would be non sequitur for flat earthers. So in both cases, we have non sequitur. And why it is non sequitur? Of course, we know why it is in Bob's argument non sequitur. But why it would be non sequitur in a flat Earth, let's say, side? Because the same thing as in Bob's argument. He thinks that statement about great circle proves globe Earth, which is non sequitur. The same thing is for straight line and flat Earth, because lines are straight or curved without model. You don't need model to of Earth to have straight and curved lines. So in both cases, it is non sequitur. But why it is false dichotomy? Yes, it is false dichotomy, but you can operate without false dichotomy, and you can create true dichotomy, because true dichotomy would be globe and not globe, or sphere and not sphere. This is true dichotomy.
Yeah. But like I'm saying, Nathan Oakley has set the flat earthers up with a like an impossible position, right? He's not going to help them out.
Yes, I agree, but I'm going to that, because if not a globe, flat earthers call flat Earth, and this is just a name. Just
Whoa, turn up.
something's happening in
I
the
think he's
house. I
doing
think
yeah, he's doing the housework. I think sounded like a Hoover.
so.
I got you.
If you call not a sphere flat Earth, and this is just a name for not a globe or not a sphere, I am okay with that, because this is just a name.
Yeah, that's why I get called a flat earther. I mean, there's multiple reasons people get called flat earthers, right? Sometimes maybe it's because you say that level's a straight line on a horizontal plane. Maybe it's just because you say the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Maybe it's because you say the Earth globe is not spherical, right? Maybe you're just rebutting an argument. Maybe you just say that's ridiculous. And sometimes that's enough for you to be called a flat earther. So like there are multiple definitions of how certain people can call you flat earther. Can't they?
Yes, of course, but it is unjustified naming people flat earthers, because flat earther, if flat earther is saying that for me flat earth is just not a globe, or not that globe, or not a sphere, and this is why people call themselves flat earthers, it's okay. But for opposite side, for glober side, let's say, it is not justified to call other people flat earthers, because they hold the same position, and the same position would be not a sphere. So I would say I expect some distinction between flat earthers and people who just oppose globe model or spherical model. Because if they don't want to be called flat earthers like you, it is justified to explain that flat earth is just a misnomer, just a trademark or whatever. It doesn't mean literally what it means, because it cannot mean literally what it means,
Yeah,
because it is contradictory.
that's the beauty of this particular rebuttal, is that it is literally just the shortest distance between 2 points. And who cannot get involved in that discussion? Who is there out there that doesn't have the capacity to join in on a discussion about 2 points and the meaning of the shortest distance between the 2 points? Because some people will literally, they will call you a flat earther for saying that. So when I say I think there's a way for Nathan Oakley to come out of this by measuring it flat with that straight line, I think there's a lot of people that could learn a lot of things about that shortest distance between 2 points. And therefore, it would help people, everybody out, to understand. Because taken to the extreme of Bob's argument, and Bob the science guy, he said he was using this a lot, I've heard a lot of people using this or extensions of this argument that Bob brings up. The shortest distance between 2 points. Some people will call you a flat earther if you say that's a straight line. Particularly if you say that's a straight line on a horizontal. Like in reality, if that's the shortest distance along a horizontal or a vertical, straight lines, perpendicular to each other. If you say either of those are the shortest distance, there are people out there that will call you flat earther. I know, because people have said that to me many times.
Yes, but it would mean that all geometers in history were flat earthers, and they weren't, including Aristotle. And
This is 2024, right? This is the new modern mathematics. I don't know how much you've been out recently talking to people out there, but within this arena, there's been a shift. Literally a shift of, I think it's of the mind, because straight lines haven't changed, like you say. Like all people have known what a straight line is. But for this modern day time, the globe, the dogmatic globe, has altered people's minds and the perception of what they deem to be a flat earther. And get ready for it. This is 2024, the straight line. Nathan Oakley started it off. He's measuring it flat. He doesn't know how he's measuring it flat, but he's going to measure it flat by measuring the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. And since you measure the elevation changes on the vertical, you may as well just measure that shortest distance on the vertical and get it over and done with. Boom. There it is, flat earth, measured. It does require the false dichotomy though, right? Otherwise, you're just disproving Bob's spherical globe model. And that's not the idea. The idea is to go forward confidently this year, right? With a measurement of flat. So you're going to have to do it by a straight line. There's no other way of doing it.
But still, it is a logical problem because modus tollens is not proving opposite side. It is just disproving the claim.
Yeah, false dichotomy. It all hinges upon a false dichotomy. If you don't have the false dichotomy, this doesn't work.
No, you what I am saying is that if you are making modus tollens, you are not operating within dichotomy because you are disproving claims. So, for example, if you disprove a sphere, it doesn't mean that by means of modus tollens you are proving flat Earth.
Yeah, that's why you need the false dichotomy. Like I say, if you don't set up the false dichotomy first, there's no way you can prove the opposite with the modus tollens. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Yeah, so this all hinges upon a false dichotomy. Let's just not speak of it anymore, right? Because they took a long time setting this false dichotomy up. You don't want to ruin it, do you?
I don't mind.
Well, I mean, see, I'd say that it's already been exposed by calling it a false dichotomy. But today's day and age, right, 2024, what does stating that it's a false dichotomy even mean? I mean, that could just be a given premise, right? I mean, it sounds intelligent enough, doesn't it, to start off with a given, like, axiomate, a false dichotomy. I mean, why not? Yeah, I suppose you could get away with it. That would be a valid, sophisticated technique, wouldn't it?
Yes.
A sophisticated opening.
But it means false dichotomy means it is not a dichotomy. Sorry, but
yeah, well, logic thrives upon the dichotomy, doesn't it? But hey, this is 2024.
Because the statement that it is false dichotomy, it means that true dichotomy that would be there is not non-existent. So it means it doesn't exist because false or falsity doesn't exist. Only true things exist. So true dichotomy exists, but false dichotomy is false and therefore it doesn't exist. So that's it. This is logical implication. Sorry. If I am offending someone, I am sorry, but logic works that way.
Well, the poll's doing well. I haven't had a poll going for quite a bit. I like that. Is the Earth measured flat on the horizontal, on the vertical, or both? I think it should be obvious, I think. But,
Both as the lead at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I chose both, of course, because it is rise over run. So we have run and rise at the same time. So it is proportion between them. So they have to be both present, let's say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people are just joking about 25 votes. Thanks for voting if you're still around here. But yeah, in all seriousness, I do have, there's a hashtag on Twitter, defend the flat earthers. The guy that brought me into this brought me in a really bad way. So, I had an affiliation with this group of people, the flat earthers. Nathan Oakley makes it out that we're against the flat earthers. We're not. I'm just against people like Nathan Oakley lying and putting flat earthers in a bad position and making flat earthers have to make up excuses for him, right? They have to sort of say that the amount of people that I've heard recently, Nathan, saying that I don't watch Nathan Oakley. I think he's horrible. And my missus, like I say, my missus can't listen to you. She makes me turn it off if she even hears you talking, because she's just not keen on it. And I don't know how many other people are like that. And I think I feel sorry for people like Rob, Rob Keane. I bet he's nearly been around here as long as Nathan Oakley has. Yeah, he has to explain why people start asking him.
Maybe longer.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. It is definitely not flat, being the water.
So what keeps you in this then, Rob, right? After all of that, I suppose you spent a fair few of those years listening to Nathan Oakley, right?
Yes.
And what did you get from it? I've heard recently in the early days, people were fascinated with the conversation and stuff, but at some point something changed, and he's turned into the Nathan Oakley flat earther of today. Now he said the only thing that keeps
me on this subject is you.
Me on this subject. This is a different subject, isn't it? I think.
Yes, but it all of them dichotomy people hate you. That's why I love you.
Because of their hatred. Nice.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people like you, Rob. Yeah. Mutual love, I think.
Yes. Thanks, Bev.
Yeah. And see, a lot of the time, we've had a fair few people that have come in, particularly this week, and they're much like Rob. They're flat earthers that have been in this for a long time. Maybe, you know, they don't call themselves flat earthers anymore. Or maybe they never did in the first place. But they're still within this arena, still wanting to be involved because they're fascinated by it or whatever. You know, a lot of people are. But a lot of people aren't always flat earthers who are in this. I know there's a lot of people who do a lot of trolling. And there's a lot of people that want to label people as flat earthers. I call them recruitment officers, the Flat Earth Society recruitment guys. The ones that want to try and recruit people to flat earth, even though they say, I'm not a flat earther, right? I've got a proof the earth's not flat. So I don't know what they call flat earthers, but then they'd say, well, if you think level is horizontal, then that makes you a flat earther. Well, that's a lot of people, a lot more than you actually realise. And then when you point out that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, well, that involves a lot more people then. And if that's all the issue is, the shortest distance between 2 points, if that's the only difference, then there's a lot more people that believe the shortest distance is between 2 points than believe in a globe or a flat earth or anything, because the notion of a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points is common to everyone at the foundations of your thought process. And if that makes you a flat earther, then, you know, which it does, by Bob's modus ponens argument and the false dichotomy that's already been well established over years, particularly within this arena, then you're either a globe earther or a flat earther. But I would postulate another globe. I would say there's the real globe, the one of reality that comports to reality, the real globe, just what you see. And I mean, you could prove again with the false dichotomy that it's flat. Or you could just say that in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And not relate it to any model. Just keep it in reality, where it is. But again, there's established narrative within certain arenas that, you know, I guess they want to keep their false dichotomy going. So who we went over it on Monday. There's a 5-hour video. I haven't even had a chance to set it up or anything yet, so you guys can listen to it. Nathan Oakley, the one where Nathan Oakley won't be cutting us off, the one where you'll be able to hear Elder Bear and me actually talking. Not with Nathan's fancy sound trickery where he can just get rid of people. He used to call it fundy muting, but he's got it set up it's in a way that he controls the sound through. But so I'll put that out. Another video. We talked a lot to people, and this morning in particular, I went out to the politics server to talk to the flat earthers about this straight line. Because forgetting about the model and all of that, I find this conversation technique to be able to use a geometric backing of a straight line to talk to people a fascinating topic. And it's a great skill to be able to take that straight line, the geometry and the maths and the logic, and converse with people about it. For me, it's a learning experience. And I enjoy it. I enjoy doing what I do, going and talking to people. But we do this for the people that, are being confused by flat earthers. Life's confusing enough, like reality's confusing enough to people without them engaging in conversation with flat earthers that say ridiculous statements. And obviously the globe earthers as well. I can't really forget them. They're both as bad as each other.
We have one in YouTube chat, Akumu Virus.
Mm-hmm.
He's starting this point level. So it's ridiculous because you cannot have a point being level, because in order to establish a level, you need 2 points. So, and the line between them is in orientation. Let's say horizontal orientation.
Yeah, it's a point in reference to an other point.
Yeah, so you cannot say, as Akumu Virus says, that it is a point.
Mm-hmm.
No, point is not level. You cannot describe, you cannot use this description to a point. You can have only line or plane being horizontal, because we are talking about orientation. So orientation, point has no orientation. So saying that we have point being horizontal, it's just nonsense.
Yeah,
you cannot start with the point.
He's talking to Paige. Come
yes,
on in,
yes, I know.
Kumu Virus. Like if you think you're a mathematician and you want to take on the straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line, gladly come on in. Well, it's what we were talking about. The shortest distance between 2 points. Bob's done a modus polens. Now, the flat earthers are leaving Bob's modus polens alone because they say it's a fallacy. But how do you know it's a fallacy? Like, without proving it wrong, without finishing the logic, without completing and correcting the logic. You can't just walk away from something saying it's a fallacy. It means nothing. Kumu Virus won't be able to defend Bob's statement to start off with. So the question was to the flat earthers, who's going to be brave enough to either, tell Nathan Oakley that he can falsify the spherical globe model Bob the science guy's offered up with a modus tollens and a straight line.
That early, I would go over there, but I can't get it. I physically cannot wake up that early.
I've tried. I tried to tell Nathan Oakley it, but he didn't do it. But is there going to be another flat earther to offer Bob's call? Because he didn't offer, he didn't offer us. He didn't offer it to, just people that know that straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. He offered it to flat earthers. He said flat earthers have got the work cut out, and it does seem like they have. They seem like they're struggling. Because I think, the ridiculousness of it is that it would take a flat earther to do it. So therefore Bob would think that the flat earther was the one that was offering up a straight line to prove flat earth. Which, I mean, would seem ridiculous, but underneath the circumstances that Nathan Oakley's has laid out for himself, it seems like an ideal opportunity for Nathan or anyone, really. Any flat earther. But I've been listening to Nathan Oakley and he's measured flat. I know a lot of people are saying it, but I don't think any of them really, can support him in saying it, because they're too fearful of somebody asking them, go on then, how'd you do that? Well, I've got the solution. The solution to that question is, how do you measure the earth flat? Question mark. That's the question. The answer is with a false dichotomy modus tollens rebuttal to Bob the Science Guy's modus ponens. That's the answer. That's all you need.
And to clarify that this modus ponens, some suspicious people ascribe to fallacious modus ponens, but there are just conspiratory theorists like me.
Yeah. I went to go and talk to a guy over there in the politics Discord server, and he told me that a modus ponens is a way to validate a affirming the consequent.
So that would be a solution for modern logic.
Yes, obviously part of the paraconsistent logics, obviously.
Okay, so if that would be validated, so in the future you can use modus ponens as a valid argument for something.
Yes. Yeah, be prepared for it, because that's, in fact, you've already experienced it, haven't you, really?
Yes, I experienced many
Yeah.
fallacious modus ponenses, let's say, with non sequitur or affirming the consequent, because in that case, that would be affirming the consequent. But yes, I experienced a lot, and many people experience a lot. But now it seems that this is not fallacious modus ponens, which is affirming the consequent, but now it is completely, utterly valid modus ponens.
Yeah, and that's
modern
happened.
Logic.
That's not happened like just within our lifetime, but within this period of time since we've been here talking about this thing. That's sort of been new modern logic developed, globgic, if you will, developed around this topic of us communicating and talking through logic. You could say that it's a reaction of the modern logicians, the globgicians, for the ability to do this. Before Beddy came into this arena, I don't think anybody had even attempted any globgic or anything like that.
I would say that you can let's say think about incorporating this modus ponens into imaginometry and globgic. So because this is great, let's say, contribution to imaginometry and modern logic, even for globgic. So that's great thing that Bob just did.
Yeah, I'd love to have a chat with Bob about this, the furthering of globgic, because it's been a passion of mine ever since inventing imaginometry. and then obviously having to backtrack a foundation of that reverse engineered glogic from imaginometry and the experiences that we've had around here. It's yeah, I think this modus ponens fits in brilliantly. But like Bob says, it's more flat earth logic, isn't it, than glogic. It's sort of the use of glogic incorporated into the flat earth, because call me a conspiracy theorist, right? But does it not seem like Bob set it up for Nathan Oakley? Like, if you didn't know better and you heard that Nathan Oakley was going around saying a ridiculous statement like the earth was measured flat, you didn't know about Bob's modus ponens, then that'd just seem like ridiculous statement, wouldn't it, for a flat earther to make, or for anybody to make?
I cannot speak for Nathan Oakley, because even knowing Bob's fallacious argument, I couldn't produce anything like that. And by the way, Nathan Oakley is aware that this modus ponens is in fact fallacious modus ponens, because his first understanding of modus ponens is that it is fallacious modus ponens. So if he is aware of that, he shouldn't say that Earth is measured flat as opposition to that.
Yeah, I think I slipped up because I told him that a modus ponens was a way to validate and affirming the consequent.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I told him that first, so it's hardly surprising that he did notice that it was an affirming the consequent, because I told him. So I'd like to give him credit, but I know I shouldn't have said that it was a way of validating it, but it just slipped out because he said about the modus ponens, because you have to tell people it's not a modus ponens, don't you? Like, you'd say it's not.
Yes, but obviously Nathan Oakley didn't know that, because nobody knows that modus ponens exists outside of this arena, or part of this arena, because I don't think that many people in this arena know that thing from Bob.
Yeah.
Because it's or it is just rejected. Because you see, Bob the science, Blue Marble Science is not talking about that. Rumpus is trying to defend that, but in fact they are not using this modus ponens, because for normal people, even on globe side, it is too far-fetched. It is too much of ridiculity. So I would say that it is not very useful. But who knows?
I'll put it on the screen if anybody wants to read it, just to, so you can actually see what the actual modus ponens is. Now, this is one of the things that, Emma was saying a bit earlier, that some of these terms and words and all of that, it loses people whenever they're listening to it, because they are just words, aren't they? And unless you actually associate them with the form of the argument, it's a little bit tricky. And it is very mathematical, isn't it, when you think of the structure? I'm trying to work a way how to do this, because sometimes it's hard to express, because logic is a process that takes place within your mind where you're linking certain things together and making associations, but that stuff isn't really expressed too well in the word form. It's best expressed through an argument and working through the process of that argument, I find. So sometimes talking about these things becomes a little bit difficult. It's tricky. I think that's what we're going to have to focus on 2024 is the advanced simplicity. Trying to find a way to help the modern mind translate to this logic, because it's lost. It's a lost art of thinking.
More people just don't want to use that.
It's going to be a
But it's-
necessity, though, coming like for what's about to come. If you're not able to process this information efficiently, then you're going to be bombarded with it on your phone, on TV, through the radio. Like, it's just everywhere. You can't get away from it. You need a way to filter that information, to process it, and to cut out the nonsense. To be able to identify the nonsense, the stuff that doesn't make sense, from the stuff that does make sense, is going to be a vital skill.
I think it always was. But in fact, back in the day where technology was much, much lower, there were no means, no such means to fool people with a sophistry. But now it is more common. Because reality cannot tell you sophistry. Reality is logical, always. So only information prepared by people can be sophistry. So you cannot have sophistry from reality. Contradictions and vague statements. Reality is actual and obvious. So it is yes or no situation. And you cannot say that people don't use logic because they have to use in real life. Problem arises when people are disconnecting themselves from reality, and of course we can see that people are watching tele, they are watching their phones, so they are watching informations prepared by people, not by reality itself. So they are in danger of being fooled. But reality cannot fool people because it is just reality. It is what it is. Really, it cannot be false. You cannot have false information from reality. But from some people, yes, and many people. That's the difference. So I would say that people can have this ability to process, to logically process information. But in fact, they have delivered solutions. They have delivered answers. So they don't process this information because answer is already given in that information. That's the problem. In order to deny a conclusion from information, you need critical thinking. So to apply what you think about reality in reality, you can apply to these YouTube channels, these scientists. You can use logic with critical thinking to judge if they are telling the truth or not. But people are not doing that. They want to believe. So that's a problem. But I think that this is problem because people choose to do that. And I think that they can't think because we have to use logic in everyday life. Without it, we will be lost. For example, in traffic. You know that if light is red, you have to stop. If it's green, you have to go, etc. That yellow means that you have to be ready for a change. So you have to use logic. Even in many situations in social life. So I would say that this is just this arena and some modern science that is trying to inject sophistry into that science, and this is danger for people that they don't go with logic, they are just believing, some people. I think that logic is not lost. It is forgotten, but not lost yet, I think.
Yeah, can I point out that Akumu's in the chat, and obviously Paige is, everybody's in there talking about horizontal and all that.
Yeah.
Point out to Akumu, this has never been about just level and horizontal. It's been about the straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points in reality is a straight line. Just when we did the test, the Realising Euclid test, we used the properties of water and a water level to do that Realising Euclid test, but it's about the straight line. My initial statement, go right back to the beginning of this channel. It says, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That it's about the straight line and what you can predicate upon that straight line. Level, horizontal, plane, they're all things that you can say about the straight line. It's been about that. That's it. We're here. We seem to be here because people have called us flat earthers. Well, it's about the straight line. And if people want to call us flat earthers because we're talking about a straight line, then so be it. There's a lot of people that are around here that also talk about straight lines, talk about reality, truthfully. Doesn't make them flat earthers. Some flat earthers say some really stupid shit. It just makes us people that want to talk about reality, proofs in reality and stuff like that. So level and horizontal are a way to be able to prove the straight line to yourself. But it's about the straight line. Pretend it's about anything else.
And by the way, Akumu Virus, I think that he thinks that when he's talking about this horizontal being the same at a point with level, he thinks that he's proving something or disproving. He's not, because if he agrees that horizontal and level are the same at a point, it means that he agrees that level and horizontal are the same, because Akumu Virus and Rumpus and nobody else is not saying that they are different. So they are trying to say that they are different by showing the point where they are the same. It is self-refuting argument, Akumu Virus. This is what you are doing is just nonsense. because you are arguing against yourself. You are shooting your own foot. Because if you say that this point where horizontal and level is the same, you are arguing against yourself. Because you have to show that they are different, not showing that they are the same. And you show that they are the same at a point. Don't argue against yourself, acum virus. This is not how you can prove your point, that they are different. So if you are talking to Page that this is old, yes, this is old. What you are saying, this is old. So don't say that, because it is just silly. I am reading your conversation with Page, and you are old with this argument. This is nonsense. So stop doing that, because it is boring. Sorry.
Got told this morning, is that you know how to measure the Earth flat? You use an inch ruler. I never quite got to the bottom of it, but yeah, you do it with an inch ruler. I would. What time is it? It's only 9 o'clock. I didn't want to go on for too long, right? Mainly because there is I think it's about 2.5 hours of me when I went over to the politics channel. Now, I don't know whether this is going to be the way that we're going to be doing things from here on in, or you know, I don't know where we're going really. I do know that I have we've gone through a lot of projects and arguments and stuff, and it all does need putting together. The on the level crew here, we've done a lot of stuff, but it's all in bits and pieces, fragmented, and we need to be able to sort of put it together. And of the morning time, I really do like going out and talking to people. So you know, we go out and talk to people, and there's quite a few within the members only stuff. Some people are taking advantage of it. There's a few conversations that have yet to be released, and there's a few that I need to upload. But there was one this morning, and I thought we may as well strike while the iron's hot, is to show that although Nathan Oakley, he's a not nice, but I don't know whether that's his character and whether he's sort of putting these flat earth defender cape on, and that's why he's sort of upset at us saying that it's not measured flat, in direct contradiction to him. So I thought that there would be an olive branch that I would be able to put out to Nathan. Now, obviously tried it at Nathan's. He had the mute button, and he could misrepresent without actually watching any of the videos or anything that I was presenting to him. And he was also able to cut us off to his audience. So I went over to the politics channel, right, to explain to them that Nathan Oakley was, he was on a tour, and like he said, he needs his hand holding to be able to get into these things, because he's not very good at that sort of stuff. So I was trying to be the politics ambassador for the politics channel that I am, new role, and sort of facilitate some way for them to get this flat earth superhero over, a flat earth alpha over into the politics server, so Nathan Oakley could talk to them, right, to facilitate that. So I went over there to try and do that, and also to try and explain to them this new way to help Nathan measure the earth flat, right? But it seems that the ability to communicate has been lost, because some people don't quite hear what you're saying and they misinterpret it. Now, as always, this is open. This is an open Discord server, and we actually do encourage the conversation. So if anybody can see anything wrong with my approach, or a way for me to try and communicate better with certain people, and I know that we do have, particularly here, we're talking about with some of the most indoctrinated model afflicted people that there is within this particular arena. But I mean, this is trying to get Nathan Oakley, who wants to, get out of his arena and move into these other Discord servers. Obviously, he's like we all are. We want to be able to communicate with people. So you move around the Discord servers and, have chats with different types of people. We've talked to most people within this arena, and Nathan Oakley's probably the same, but Nathan Oakley needs to get out there to the new people. He needs to spread a message, and I was trying to facilitate that. Now, the video that we're going to go over, should I put it out and watch it on the actual thing, or do you want me to play it in here so we can talk about it? It's it's about 2.5 hours long, and I don't know how much stopping and starting you'd actually want to be doing, because I'm quite proud of the way that we've developed our communication skills, of the argument and the conversation, of how we express ourselves, and particularly at the minute this has got down to a straight line. So let me...
I just want to say, I saw Bev over there this morning, and I quickly popped over there and sat in the room, and I interjected with my, unsophisticated style. I mean, what you hear is, I said to Bev this morning, I consider it a masterpiece. In fact, it was stunning. It really moved me this morning, and hopefully it'll move you too. But I'm a bit rough around the edges with Bev. He's a fine speaker. His rhetoric is brilliant and amusing. Great thing. I deject a few times, and then they server muted me and chucked me out for 2 days, because they said, we don't want another Bev clone in here. So that's kind of the level of it. They want to restrict it. That's the flat earthers. And at a time when it appeared that, I don't know who he was, but there was a time when it appeared to be a glober who was going up against Bev. And even then they wanted to restrict the argument and the people who might have something to say about it. So anyway, enjoy it.
Yeah, I think, as you'll see within this, it's better off to stop considering people flat earthers or globe earthers, because you can't tell who's who and who's fighting for what. It's turned into a very strange arena of let me get this ready for you guys. I guess we'll watch it through.
Can I just explain another thing?
Yeah.
All right. So, as you know, we went over to Nathan's the other day, and it was great fun. And no doubt, it'll get released, at some point in the future. But listen to his stream, you can, and knowing the reality of it, you can see how much he cut the stream and edits it for his audience to make himself appear to be winning some kind of argument. I mean, it wasn't very good the other day, so it was easy to see through that, really, for a lot of people. But for me, it was a baptism of fire in a sense that I was there in his room, and I didn't think I'd get away with it. I knew he would. I mean, I was on the Discord, so I couldn't see what he was cutting on me, what he was muting on me, and what was coming out his end. But I was there, and in Discord it appeared I wasn't muted. I did get muted there a couple of times, but what you hear is everything, so you don't hear the YouTube muting and the output there. So I thought, wow, I'm getting away with this. In fact, he hid it. But along with the baptism of fire, there came a baptism, because towards the end, Nathan mistakenly called me Elder Bear, and it was interesting. And I'm taking it on. I'm proud to now have been baptized by the great priest Nathan to be Elder Bear, which I find fits me better, because my initial name Elder Bear comes from another place in my life. It doesn't belong in this arena. It doesn't sit right with me in my head, because I know where it comes from. It's somewhere else with a deeper meaning, and absolutely nothing to do with this. Erde is a German name for Earth, but it's got nothing to do with this aspect of the Earth. It's just totally non sequitur to this at all. So it was lovely, So now I've been baptized Elder Bear, and I shall go forward with that in the future. Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, as everybody, people have heard, people that do listen in, obviously know Elder Bear. No, he's the new voice, and this is the sort of everyday person. I mean, obviously you don't get here by just being an everyday person, but I mean, Elder Bear is the guy that he's new to this, like whatever this is. This is the new fresh person that comes into this. Now, is that what most people expect to see or hear or whatever within this arena? I don't know. I suppose if you go to a new place and there's a new voice that you've never heard before, then you could consider that as new. But if you've been in this arena for any amount of time, like say Rob Keane forever, or maybe you've been in it for 2 or 3 years, then there isn't many new faces, new voices to hear. You've mainly heard the same people. It could have been me. I could be one of the people that you've heard the voice of. Well, I've heard a lot of people, because I know there's not that many people that want to speak on the live. Some people might not like hearing the voice, but within the Discord, if you feel like you want to come and have a chat or whatever, then the Discord's open for it. Come and have a chat. It doesn't really matter about anything. We have all sorts of chats. All sorts of conversations occur. And yeah, this is conversation. You guys got that in here. Oh, there's only 3 of you in. You get into the Discord, and then you'll be able to listen to the conversation that we had this morning. Now, I consider this as an accumulation of the things that we've learned over the years, and us trying to help Nathan Oakley, no matter what he thinks of us. I want to help the flat earthers. That I don't want Nathan Oakley to confuse them. I want just people to talk about reality. If you're tired of saying something, Akumu, then stop saying it. It's all right. I know somebody's got to have a pushback. And I think this will go straight into this.
Being observed. So without an observer, there is no horizon. As soon as you close your eyes, the horizon is gone. As soon as you close the window, the horizon is gone. It relies, the necessary antecedent, let's say it this way, the necessary antecedent for a horizon is the observer.
Is that the same for horizontal?
No.
Wouldn't it always be being perceived by something?
But that would be different horizons. And no, not necessarily, because some people might not be looking at the horizon. Like, you're assuming that everyone, like, at some point, there's going to be at least one person looking at a horizon. And then you're equating all horizons when they're going to be different.
Can you
Yeah,
explain what you mean
I
about
understand what you're saying.
Can you explain what you mean that all horizons need to be observed?
Well, I mean, can you have a horizon that you're not observing?
I think so.
How?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know.
You could have a horizon that somebody else is observing, couldn't you?
That's what
You
he
don't
was
have it.
saying. That's what I was getting into. But what I understand what he was saying, so that's why I wanted to elaborate, because like he made me understand. So he's saying, although there's so many people on Earth, not everyone's going to be looking at a horizon. Although there will always be someone looking to the horizon, there will be parts of the horizon that they're not being observed. I live between two mountains. I can't even see the horizon. My horizon is the top edge of the mountain. You know what I mean? Versus somebody my topographical horizon, versus if I went up and got on the mountain, I still technically have a horizon that I observe. I do, but it is not.
Well, is it actually a horizon if it's topographical?
Yeah,
I don't know.
topographical horizon. Yeah, of course it is.
I don't know, because technically it's where the sky meets the ground, right? That's my horizon.
See, that's why they call the actual one a true horizon.
The true horizon, wouldn't that be looking over sea level?
Over water, yeah.
Yeah, it would be looking over a flat body of water.
Does it have to be water? What if it's flat land? Like,
well, it depends on how flat it is, and if you can test
flats.
like the topography.
Does it have to be flat?
I
don't
guess.
think it has to necessarily be perfectly flat either. Yeah.
But think about it. Mountains would look flat if you were far away enough. If you were high enough up, like, mountains would look flat.
But you could just not look at them. Couldn't you, like Percentage was saying?
I like this guy.
Well, the mountains, if you're far away enough, you wouldn't see them, right? If they're far away enough, then they'll converge into the horizon, and they wouldn't be mountains anymore.
Or the horizon would be above them. Like, they would be below the horizon.
Sure, yeah, and peeking out from behind it, yeah.
It would still
I
technically
have
be
a couple
topographical
photos
horizon as well, wouldn't it?
of zero. I don't. It would. I don't know. It depends on.
I don't think so.
Right, I said I wouldn't interrupt it much, right? But it's just boring to me now, right? There's people talking about a horizon. I mean, is that really a topic of conversation still? People don't know what a horizon is, or like, is this just a waste of time? Because it seems like people are still unsure on what the horizon is.
They are unsure.
God.
Absolutely.
I don't know whether it's a necessity of them having to be unsure of what it is, but the just inaneness of two people having a discussion about a horizon and other people sat in the room listening to it.
Yeah, I believe it is necessary for the false dichotomy, though. That's my guess. I think that's why it keeps coming around, and why you would say, are we still having that discussion? Why are we still having that discussion? Well, when you have a false dichotomy, it has to go round, round, and round, and round, and round, and you never resolve anything because it's a false dichotomy.
Yeah, like once you've been in this for, I mean, I don't know what it'd be like for somebody like Rob Keane, but you've been in it for 3, 4, 5 years. You've heard these conversations multiple
Still
times.
8 years later.
Many times.
Yeah, you've heard these
Many,
sort of
many
conversations. How many times, and where does it ever go? I mean, they might be new people, but they might also be the same people you've had this conversation with over and over.
This also might be the only topic that keeps me interested in it, like on its own. It just the topic in and of itself.
Yeah, I suppose.
Weird. Like I've never had a subject keep me so intrigued for so long, other than car stereos
And brake pads.
No, I hate brake jobs, but I have to do them. I love building stereos.
I'm fascinated but I enjoy the conversation and all of that, right? Even this part here, talking about it. Although I may sound like I'm talking about these guys talking about the horizon, but like I am the guy that's talking about myself, talking to the guys about the horizon, that they were already talking about the horizon, right? It's a never-ending loop. I've heard it millions of times before. But we are just, right? The point about this is we're just talking about a straight line. Now, the multiple ways that we can talk around that fact and how simple that fact is, this is what you're going to be hearing, and this is what we've been hearing for years. This inane rambling on about something without actually addressing the topic and the ways people divert from that. Graphic horizon flat.
No.
I don't think anyone would.
Because looking at my topographic horizon, which would be looking at an upward angle towards the sky, because I literally live at the base of a mountain, at the base of two mountains. I live in a fucking ass crack valley. So my horizon shifts so much, it is not flat whatsoever. It's the shape of the top of the mountain. It's the last part of the sky that I see before it touches the ground. It's not touching the ground.
So the
It
topography
goes
wouldn't
beyond
be
that.
flat
I just
then, would
can't
it?
see. No.
Well, technically, topography just means measuring like the surface, right? So if you're over flat water, then the topographical horizon is the true horizon.
It's like if
there any
you wanted to take a
topography
measurement
there
of a
of the water?
mountain.
Yeah, there's topography. It's just all even.
There
It's
is
flat.
topography,
It's-
but the topography stops it from being flat, apparently.
What?
Why?
On land.
The on land, but water topography it's level. It's level, literally level, flat level. It is not plumbed. It is not. It's level.
How do we know whether we're
Yep.
talking about the topography that isn't flat or the
Okay.
topography that
Okay,
is
so
flat?
here,
What's
let me
the
put it this way.
difference?
If you measure with an inch, let's say you want to measure the length of the ocean with an inch long measuring tool. You measure it inch by inch. That you are going to come out with a measurement hundreds, if not thousands of miles longer than if you used a measuring stick that was 1 mile long. Because with a 1 inch, you're measuring every single little curve of every little inch, literally every inch of the water, the curves, everything, all the little topographies, right? But if you take the vast amount of water over a gray area, a mile, or really anything over 200 feet, it's going to be considered flat.
What are you talking
Unless
about?
you
You do the
got-
same thing, and then with the waves, like the crest.
That's
and
what
the
I'm
crest of the
saying.
waves.
That's what I'm saying is like the little, like if you use an inch ruler to measure,
Would that be the same
wave.
as the land then?
no.
No.
Well, yes, it would be because
Would
you
It
can
would
take
be.
a
Would you
if you
make-
had a
oh,
10-foot
brilliant.
if you had a
I like
10-foot long pole and you use it to measure a mountain, your measurement would come out, let's say 1,000 feet, 500 feet up, 500 feet down. But then let's say you use another 1-inch measuring stick, you're going to come out with like 2,200 feet because you measured every inch
Is that
of
a bigger
every
distance?
rock all the way up, left, right, up, down, at
Well, can
every
we just
angle,
nip
not
this
just
because this topic isn't really yes, if we were to measure the topography instead of just a straight line distance, it would be a higher value. We agree on that. Can we just move forward? Because I feel like it's not
Yeah,
really.
but isn't he saying that you
worth
can
exploring.
measure the topography
Wait, I
flat?
have a question.
No, topography
Over a
is
great
only
enough
flat, it's
distance,
true
it's flat.
horizon.
Nathan Oakley, when
I have a
Nathan Oakley
question.
comes around, keep that one in mind.
Let's
Wait, I have a
say you
question.
have this ocean that just froze over and it's perfectly level, right? There's no waves. It would be flat. It just means measuring the surface or the place, right? So it could be measured evenly. Right?
Would that be a measured flat topography, like this man was just talking about?
Yes, it would be measured.
If there's no waves, it's just
absolutely
frozen,
flat
it's
level.
perfectly even, then yes, it would be.
With an inch ruler.
So
But
is
it never
there,
happens. Because I don't think
wait,
even
so
the
wait.
oceans freeze over, so good luck with that.
Wait, so
This is
how
it.
wait, here, I have a question. How can the Earth be flat? So like, look, if you look at every other thing in the universe, it's all circle because the gravitation pull is in the middle.
Are
of it.
circles globes?
Well, yeah, they can be.
Can you have flat
Is
circles?
it the-
Universe.
is it the zoom
Thanks for
tool?
coming, bro. Thanks for coming.
Well, but I
We
mean,
don't
like,
observe-
they're not stretched out.
It's
I mean, they're not
multiverse.
stretched out. I mean,
We
they're
don't
not
Is it
stretched
the zoom
observe.
tool
We
that's
don't
the,
observe spheres. We observe circles. We observe two-faced objects. We have no observation of a sphere whatsoever.
Oh, okay, so
But
like,
if
you're
you
telling
use
me-
a zoom
You
so
meant
if
tool-
you take a
two-dimensional
walk-
objects, not two-faced.
If you take a walk across the Earth, you're just gonna like randomly find a little piece that comes off the side of the Earth and just have to walk down it and just come like on the other side of the Earth, like below it.
If
Like
we
here,
use a
I don't know
zoom
how that
tool, it
makes sense.
disappears.
So it just disappears. So how
With
is
no
it sense?
topography. If you use the zoom tool, then you're fine. No topography then.
Inch
Okay,
ruler.
so,
You mean? An inch ruler.
okay, so then how can I walk around the Earth and just come
Because
back
last
to the
time
same
I went
spot?
to the beach, there were some waves up and down, up and down. Definitely topography.
So if you start, let's say, on the equator and you walk directly north, you can make it to the North Pole. The second you get to the North Pole, heading in the
No, you
same
can't.
direction, listen. I'm not saying you physically, literally can, because you're not walking through water and all that stuff.
Why,
But
I've
if you
just-
beeline
Okay,
it
got you.
to the North Pole and you get to
Well,
the
of
North Pole,
course
you're
it's gonna be
heading
flat.
direct. Listen, I'm not. Hold on. I don't even
Just
think you
finish
know
your
what I'm
thought,
trying to
finish your thought, bro.
express. You go directly north from the equator, get to the North Pole. The second you pass the North Pole, heading in the same direction, you will be going south. Go south as much as you want.
North to south.
You're not gonna make it any
You can
further
travel in
south
one
than the South
direction
Pole.
and then find
That's
your
the
goal.
edge.
Let him
That's
finish,
like
let him finish.
you can try it, but good luck. Tell me what you see when you get there. But you can travel east and west around as much.
I've always found it fascinating for you to be able to walk in one direction and keep going in that direction and find that you're going in completely the opposite direction all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yep.
That, to me, takes a special mental ability to even imagine it. Without turning round, you can head in the same direction and find you're going in the opposite direction without altering your course. That's a special ability that's been taught. I don't think it's a natural ability. I don't think it's something that you can naturally take on. Doesn't sound logical to me, that. But still, inspiring chat from some guy. These are the people that Nathan Oakley wants to, spread his message to.
Much as you want, and you will have to turn to compensate east and west.
Yeah.
You will. That's
Sound
the
like
easiest
you
way to
thought
explain
about
it.
this.
You won't knowingly do it though.
You can fly south only a certain amount of time. You can fly north only a certain amount of time before you're going south. You'll never go north from going south, but you'll always go south from going north. You can
uses
always
time
reach
as
back
well,
to your
time.
destination from flying directly east or directly west. If you try to fly directly east in a straight line, you cannot. It'll always change to southeast. You have to compensate and turn left to keep going east. Same thing for going west.
You a pilot?
No, well, I mean, you were accurate up until the very last part. The very last part, you don't
Directions.
actually have to
Have you
turn left
studied
because you're following a heading, and you're doing micro turns that you're unaware of.
You're not
Why are
unaware
some
of them.
stupid
You
mirrors?
you should be aware of them because you're gonna notice that you're going south. Like
You see, I don't know whether many of you are aware, but in the background there, the guy that's doing the coaching is a guy that's called Percentage. Now, Percentage used to hang about a lot at one of the channels, Debate Flat Earth and More. That's where he used to frequent most of his time, along with a guy called Jeremy. But they've both left that server and they've spread out, obviously. And he's coaching this young Padawan in the art
He
of
feels a lot too.
globe. Yeah, it's at Geos. I know, but Jeremy goes to Geos. I know Percentage for doing this. You know, he's been a flat Earth coacher for quite a while.
what would it be, southeast east, and then you would adjust back to go east instead of going. You would notice the
No, because
adjustments that
anyone
you're
who
making.
flies, they have a heading. They follow a bearing.
Okay,
They're not
okay,
gonna
that's
be
what I'm.
flying
Okay,
as
that's
the
I'm
crow
saying. If
flies.
you're flying directly east, I know they fly from destination, from destination, or what would it be? Not destination. They fly in a straight path, right? They're
heading
not
to
gonna
heading.
fly around. There would be no point to make a big ass curve. They fly from point A to point B directly. But I'm saying if you wanted to fly directly east, you would have to keep making small adjustments to stay on your east path.
Yeah, I agree.
But if you fly
all the way
directly north, you do not have to divert whatsoever. You can stay straight north until you hit the North Pole. You'll be flying directly south. That's the easiest way I can try to explain it.
What's the North Pole?
The North Pole, I don't know.
Like, are you talking about geographic? Or are you talking about magnetic?
It would be magnetic if you're flying based on a compass. It would be magnetic north. Which is what
Okay,
I was
so then-
expressing
Percentage
in that
just
example.
leading within these
Okay, so only if you're
conversations, obviously.
like fortunate enough to be perfectly in line with this magnetic North Pole, will it? And it won't go instantly south, mind you. It'll go one way or the other, towards east or west, depending on how big the North Pole is. It might, let's say, the magnetic North Pole is like, 15 square miles or something like that.
Okay.
The compass is slowly going to go east or west until it goes south after you traverse it, right?
Yeah, you would see your compass flip. It would definitely, depending on if you're slightly to the left or slightly to the right, the north point of your compass would drift one way or the other at an exponential rate until it reached the what is it, the vertex, the highest point of speed. And then it would slow back down as you leave it until you're flying directly south.
Go north until you go south.
Unless you fly directly over it and you're fortunate enough to like fucking center point it, and then your compass will just quickly do a 180.
go
but
south and then go
I'm not trying to
north?
get
So
into
brakes, compass with
specifics
brakes,
like
man.
that. It doesn't matter either way. You fly north far enough, you're gonna end up going south.
And can you fly south far enough to end up going north?
No, I already said that.
Oh.
No,
Well, it's a one-way thing then.
it's a one-way thing, man. You
Right.
can fly. You can fly from.
directions
I'll put it this
equal
way: you can
south.
fly across. You can fly across the what is it? The diameter. You can fly the radius to the center, but you cannot fly around from
Radius.
north to south
Did you
back
measure
to
that?
north.
I think Nathan Oakley said
The-
that had been measured.
The radius, you
Yeah.
can measure the radius. Yeah, you can just pull up a map that has all of the.
I don't know whether you heard that. This guy here, Nathan. This is why Nathan Oakley should go over there. He's been asking. I can remember, like I think paper we were talking about it the other day. Nathan Oakley did a debate with Flat Earth Math, where it was like one New Year's Eve or something, where he asked him for the radius. Well, this guy, he can measure the radius for Nathan Oakley. Like obviously the radius is straight line, so it can be flat Earth. This guy's can measure the radius. I'll go back. Just so 10 seconds, just so you can hear him again. Nathan, please, get over there to the politics. You're missing out on all of this stuff. You can have even more confidence when you get people like this behind you. Just get over there. I think Nathan Oakley said measured.
The radius, you can measure the radius. Yeah, you can just pull up a map that has all of the here.
Well, how come you can?
I can get you the radius right now. Radius, it would be the radius is the distance from one equator on one side of the North Pole to the other equator on the other side. And the reason I'm going to give that as a distance reference is because I don't think that there's going to be an exact distance reference from an average point of Antarctica to magnetic north.
It's a straight line distance though, right?
I know,
No,
yes, I'm going
technically
straight line. Okay, but radius, I know. So
Nathan
what I'm
Oakley
saying
will
is,
be
yes,
well
it's
impressed when
technically
he
not
comes here.
radius, but based
You
off
charge
the laterals
Nathan
that we're
rent to
giving.
live in your head?
No, he's coming here, mate. Have you
No,
got?
he lives rent free.
Have you got the person, the chaperone, the one who's gonna aid him to come over here?
But yeah, Frothy, I wouldn't call it a radius. I would call it just a equator to equator measurement or something.
See, so I am actually trying to get Nathan Oakley. I'm trying to help Nathan. He needs to go out. He said the other day he's not very good with the technology. He needs to be picked up and placed in these other places. So I'm trying to help you, Nathan. I'm trying my best to help Nathan Oakley. I'm trying to help him with the argument. I'm trying to help him with his ridiculous statements that he said. And, help him out of the hole as he dug himself. Yeah, it doesn't go as well. Like, people always seem to misunderstand.
Equator north, equator measurement.
Instead of
come you
equator
can,
to equator, I will get an average Antarctic to magnetic north measurement.
How come you can fly north and go south, but not fly south and go north?
Because you can fly over the North Pole, but you can't. It's okay. You aren't able to, I guess, legally, off of the Antarctic Treaty, you are not legally allowed to go past, which is south. You're not able to maneuver your way south past. Yes, because there's over like fucking who knows how many countries on the Antarctic Treaty since way back when. Past the 80th lateral, that's the furthest that public can go. There's certain
60th parallel, 60th.
Is it the 60th you're not allowed? I'm pretty sure it was the 80th that you're not allowed.
But didn't Soviet Union fly over across Antarctic?
You can fly over Antarctica, yes, but you're not flying directly south. You're not flying over it's not a center to fly over. You're flying over ice, and you have to decide if you're going to be flying east or west. You don't get to choose to keep flying south because you will not, the earth is flat. You will not wrap back around. If the distance keeps going, it keeps going. I have no idea if there is or what is, if there is, beyond Antarctica. Okay, like Antarctica is a massive landmass that surrounds the entirety of the Earth that we know of, the Earth that we live in. Okay, so now when
Could you say the same thing about
I'm not here to get into hypothetical
How do you know that?
conversation. I'm not here to
No,
get into
no, I'm
hypothetical
saying,
conversation about what's
I
beyond the
know.
ice
He is
wall
saying
and,
that.
and
Yeah,
all
I
that
know.
because I
confidently.
definitely
Or
can
trying
and
to.
I can go into all that stuff, but that's unproved. That's stuff that hasn't. I'm not going to bring it up. That's crazy talk as of now. Like that's conspiracy talk. What we know as flat earthers and the things that have
You know
made us
that?
believe what
You
we
know that?
know. No, I'm
Yeah,
saying
don't know
what
that.
we know.
confidence. That's the way to
What
go
we
forward.
know as flat earthers. What changed your mind to believe it? Any of you, if you truly do believe it, those reasons should
Bro,
be
what do you
good enough
say?
to change anyone's mind.
I was
Okay,
questioning
so
Nathan Oakley
so
with the
don't.
Earth is measured flat, but you seem to have validated it for me. I think I might be coming
You don't.
over.
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to listen. I'm not here to You have
said
your
the
views. I
radius
have
was
my
measured.
views.
Can you not remember? Nathan
Yeah.
Oakley's been asking for it
Yeah.
for ages.
Yes.
So this new confident approach seems to have
I'm
reaped
sorry.
rewards.
It's the measurement, the radius of the average Antarctic. So it would be from the North Pole to essentially the furthest south point we can go, which is Antarctica. So it's roughly 12,400 miles in a straight line. 12,400 miles.
Couldn't you say the same thing about the Antarctica then? What you said about the North Pole?
Yeah, why are you trusting that, Frothy?
Why am I trusting what?
The measurement that they gave.
I'm sorry, I have to hear what you asked again.
The measurement, the heliocentrists, like the modern globe.
It's based off of the parallels, and the parallels of the heliocentric model do correspond with the what would it be? The new map of the world model. So the flat Earth model parallels correspond almost exactly.
Can I say something? Don't attribute the parallels to the heliocentric model. Okay, the celestial sphere existed before heliocentrism. All right, this idea that like longitude, latitude, celestial sphere from the stars in the sky and stuff like that. It predates the heliocentric model, and it's not. It's something that they took on. So don't attribute it to them because they don't deserve it. But
do you think they understand what parallels are? Because I'm not too sure whether percentage is helping here with this parallels thing. But, this is the sort of stuff that I guess he's more experienced in this sort of thing, percentage within these rooms.
Well, I will say this, that whoever that guy was definitely saying it more confidently than percentage.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but percentage is like a corrector. Like he's getting him back onto the flat Earth society line, isn't he? Like back within the narrative.
That happens all the time in these places. Yeah. They teach, they guide, direct, hold hands. Minder.
Yeah. Yeah, he's talking about parallels on the geocentric and the heliocentric models. I mean, it's fascinating how he can talk about this sort of stuff, completely ignoring the geometric parallels.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. He doesn't bother telling you that, though, does he? Or maybe he does. I mean, let's see.
How, that's just, that's basically lines in the sky that we've kind of we've imagined from based off of star cycles and what have you. Where have you actually done a ground-based?
That's going to be the lasting impression I leave that. Which, for most people, is quantify. Most people aren't that committed to the globe, believe it or not. When you go out into normie society and start,
I personally have not. I go based off of.
Most people are.
I go based off of the fact that not only is I get a lot of
just wait a second.
false information is given out by people that give out factual information as well. So to decipher what is factual and what is false, You have to look at other sources. So if private sources or other public sources come up with the exact same measurements for the parallels, all of this stuff, people who aren't in or are part of treaties or anything, like they come out with the same measurements. So I think it's safe to say that measuring the South Pole from the 90th that's what I'm saying. I have not, but based on the information that almost every single person's measurements add up, and I'm not saying just major, I'm also saying like private scientists, like private people, private investigators who look into this information, who have much more money than I ever will and I ever could.
Do you reckon about that? The idea of that? Private scientist. Investigator. Do you reckon it's a possibility? Do you reckon? Freestyle scientist? You never know. Could be on the cards.
Hear me out. Subject. What you're doing is it's called appealing to the majority. Argumentum ad hominem. You're saying because they're all agreeing on this, then it must be true. But you don't have any actual evidence. You don't have video of them measuring it or anything like that. So I'm just saying, I would be wary of making the claim that they've actually measured it. Right? If you're claiming that this is the claimed measurement, sure. But to say that they actually measure it, I would be wary of that. I'd say be skeptical until you have the evidence, and then if you have the evidence, then make the claim. Because
I think that I'm past skepticism with it because based off of like naval navigation, those are what are used. Like those are the measurements that they use to get to exact points around the world.
Do you know how how do they measure accurately over water? You're talking about naval measurements. How do they measure accurately?
I don't know, but I do know that they use the measurements of the parallels. I know that they use longitude and latitude.
Yeah, but longitude and latitude, that depends on whether the Earth is the topography of Earth and stuff like that. If there's a lot of topography, you could have this like in the same longitude latitude, you can measure a higher distance, just like you said with the inch thing. If you're measuring all of the things, yeah. So. And then, not to mention, over water, you have currents, you have winds, you have crosswinds.
They're definitely measuring by sight. They're not measuring with a ruler.
You have a tailwind that's making you move faster, so you'll measure the ground to be shorter if you're measuring it that way. So,
so what? I think what we'll do, right, is they will measure an elevation angle change, right, of a distance over land, right, which they can pretty much measure the distance over land pretty accurately, right?
With an inch ruler.
And then they can do right.
Yeah,
right. And then they will apply that while they're at sea. So a change in elevation angle measurement to a celestial object, right, will indicate that they've traveled approximately similar amount of distance, right?
No, he's measured it. He's already said he's measured it. I don't know whether he did it with the inch ruler or the other one, but he's got the radius.
Zoom function.
I was being serious.
Listen, I'm taking numbers from a general consensus, and I was trying to put in perspective, not make a joke about an inch ruler being used to measure. I was giving you an example showing that a smaller measuring object can measure greater distances over a small area.
Have you got a garden?
Can I respond really quickly to the person that said you get the angle measurement to the the altitude of a star or what have you, and then you transpose it onto the water? The question is, how do you measure the land in the first place accurately? This land that has topography, how do you get the straight line distance? How do you cut through all the topography and get the accurate distance?
Yeah, you're not going to. It's going to be triangulation, but it's going to be an estimate at best anyway. Like it's not going to be
triangulation. Isn't an estimate? It's mathematical. It's exact.
Well, it depends on how many reference frames you have, because it depends. If you're going based off of one star, it's not going to be accurate.
Can you elaborate on triangulation? How you're going to get an accurate measurement with triangulation?
Yeah, straight line distances.
What are you measuring though?
You're measuring. You measure your baseline, and then you use the properties of triangles to be able to measure the land, like maps and stuff.
Can you give us an example? Can you run us through like a simple measurement Because I'm not getting
measurement of distance.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever you mean in terms of like an accurate measurement with triangulation.
I'm surprised that you don't know. Have you ever heard of trig points? Like they have on the land, right? Where they place theodolites up on like mountains and stuff, and they're normally up at high. Yeah, well, because you started off your survey or your surveying thing with an accurate measurement of a baseline. So what they do with that is they start off with a distance that they are absolutely certain is straight and at the same elevation. And that becomes your unit. How do they get that? By measuring it. Precisely.
They measured an absolutely straight piece of land.
Absolutely straight. Yeah, it has to be. This is the most precise
like with
thing
the water
you
level?
have to do within measuring. Yeah.
With the water level type thing?
Well, just in order to make it straight and precisely straight, you have to measure it as straight with checks, balances, to make sure it's precisely straight.
So did they level it out if it wasn't straight?
It's at the same elevation. It's a straight line.
I know, but
you need to know the straight line distance precisely.
Okay, hear me out. When I got my flooring done in the house, they measured it, and they wanted it to be completely level, right? So they used some leveling liquid to make sure that it was level, right? So my question is, with this base station or whatever it is,
they use
baseline,
leveling
did they level it out with like a water level? Did they like where it wasn't level, or if it was what?
They use self-leveler.
Okay, so they leveled it out. All right, so now you have this level baseline, and then go ahead.
What you do is they mix that stuff and they just pour it on. It's called
Are you taking the piss?
Self-leveler. Right, it does what it does itself. Using the properties.
Are you saying that's what they did at the baseline?
No, they measured it precisely. Like they do.
So they measured it and it just happened to be precisely flat.
Surveys or anything on any new land. Step 1, measure baseline precisely. Because everything else is going to depend on it. Everything else.
But with topography, it's very, very rare that you have a perfectly like level piece of land. So are they leveling it out or not?
They're precisely measuring it at an equal elevation. Yes. To make sure it's straight.
So they put one on
upon that straightness.
So you're telling me they put
triangulation, trigonometry.
Okay, let's say I'm on a plateau, all right, and this plateau has very, very slight hills. It's not perfectly level, and I want to make my baseline there. I measured it, and it has very, very slight hills and dips. Right? What do I do now to make it my baseline?
You'd be better off starting at the best place to do your baseline, wouldn't you? That would be the ideal place, because
so you're saying they find a perfectly piece of level land.
It's difficult to be able to do it, and you need a bit of land where you are able to measure this baseline to start off with. Right, it's precise.
And it was naturally...
You need to use the use of triangles, and triangles have certain properties that means you can predict an other length, let's say, through the use of the angles and the proportions of the lines and the sizes and all that sort of stuff. Right? We know this about geometry. And so in order for us to start off our base of measurement, we need a precise straight line.
Yeah, but how are you making sure it's precise? Like, are they filling it in for like the micro deviations of the topography? Or are you saying that like 1 in a million chance they find perfectly straight land?
They're just measuring a straight line.
Oh my goodness.
Uses the unit that they can then use so they can proportion all of the other lines and angles and stuff that they can map together to make the map, to put the positions on the map.
I tried asking it like.
Oh no!
Okay, no, he's wrong. I'm reading it. He's explaining it wrong. So what it's saying is it's not a straight line. They're placed in at different heights. It depends because you can't always have the same height area or dig down to it or whatever. And it says right here, surveying instruments that measure the horizontal and vertical angles. So then they do calculations based on the elevation, the exact elevation of the pillars, which it says they're all grounded like heavily with either rocks or pillars that are like way bigger than them.
You're gonna need to know a distance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he
So
didn't
they're
say
stationary. So you have
one of your
to.
lines, right?
They here's the thing. People have their ways of measuring. They some way, shape, or form.
Baseline,
Then now
establish
they
baseline.
measured the altitude of where they were putting them to the exact.
Probably you're skipping a step. You're skipping step one, which is measuring the baseline.
They do have
how
a
they measure the baseline.
Sorry,
How they get a
points are
straight
built-
baseline. Read
We need
that.
a distance.
If you use a false dichotomy modus tollens, measuring that straight line can disprove Bob's Earth sphere.
One at a time, please,
Nathan
gentlemen.
Oakley
Please
didn't
continue.
really want any of that, though. But I mean, yeah, this is the
Oh my
baseline.
God, I know him. Santa's coming to town. Santa's coming to town.
Yeah, he's not here, Bev. We don't need to worry about him at the moment.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, okay. Nathan Oakley's not here, right? Doesn't matter. But
Santa's coming to town.
Do you think this measuring this straight line is a proof of the flat Earth?
Yeah, mate.
I think you can't measure something unless it exists. So you have to make a physical straight line first, or find one in nature. Which is good luck with that.
Find a straight line in nature. Sure, is this
in terms of the ground? Yeah, you're saying baseline from a total station that the ground would have to be. You're saying is perfectly level, right? Good luck finding perfectly level. How big is this baseline?
Straight line needs to be a horizontal distance. It has to be. Because that's the shortest distance from A to B. That's what you're going to base your entire measurement structure upon. That straight line and the distance that you measure. So you best make sure that it's the shortest distance.
Will that be the ground?
Dude, if it isn't horizontal, then the distance would be longer. Do you understand?
Is the line you're using, is it the ground?
If not horizontal, then longer distance. It becomes the hypotenuse. The distance you're measuring, if it's not along the horizontal, it becomes a hypotenuse. And you know that because what I'm talking about is geometric.
Yeah, but he wants to make another fucking point that the Earth's not. Oh, the Earth's flat, but he's not going to fucking prove it right because it's bullshit.
What is your line? What is your line, Bev? What is the line? Is it?
It's the shortest distance.
Okay, so you're measuring a distance of what? Of what? What are you measuring the distance of?
The shortest distance between those 2 points. It's called your baseline. It's what you need to
Something
use
you walk along
for the structure of the rest of your geometry that you're going to do.
Can you walk on
measurement.
Yeah, it's called the planet Earth, bro. There's multi-dimensionals too.
Yeah, well, the straight line disproves Bob's modus ponens, doesn't it?
It says trig points are used by Ordnance Survey in order to determine the exact shape of a country. They're generally located on the highest bit of ground in the area so that there's a direct line of sight from one to the next. By sitting a theodolite or a accurate protractor built into a telescope on the top of a pillar, accurate angles between pairs of nearby trig points could be measured. The process is called triangulation. So it doesn't seem to say anything about it being a perfectly straight line whatsoever.
Yeah, no, Bev's right. It uses perfectly straight lines, right?
They are from one to another. It's a perfectly straight line, but skip one and try to. Yeah, exactly. So you're getting the yeah. It doesn't have to be a direct straight line from the first to the last.
No. The starting point you have to establish a straight line with known measured distance. The rest of the time, you can just measure angles. That's the way triangles work. But for the starting point, you need a measured straight line distance. Now, the question is, does that prove a flat Earth? Is that the measured flat Earth that Nathan Oakley's talking about?
No. That's not. That would be a topographical Earth. That would give, if that was spread out to be flat, it would make the, I guess, circumference insanely larger than what it technically is. Because you're taking all those angles and you're flattening them out. You're lengthening. You're taking a 3-dimensional line that zigzags and you're
you've measured
straightening
it anyway, so you don't need to worry about this.
I didn't say I measured it. I said I can get the measurements. I got the distance of the radius from the 90th parallel to the 0.
Measured radius was your claim earlier. So you've got to be really careful when you use the word measured, because that can be verified. Can't it? It's things that have actually been done can be verified. And measured is a physics sort of thing, isn't it? It's a property of the physics.
How do you measure your straight line?
Precisely. It's the most precise measurement that you have to make.
Yeah. How do you do that?
Because it's the foundation.
The string?
Look into it.
The string stretched out?
I wasn't there when they did it, but they did do it, and it is documented historically for every land there is.
It says that they use sonar. It says that they use.
They did it in America.
So they were measuring the distance of a straight piece of land.
No, from a point to an other point, straight.
Yeah.
line.
So for example,
usually
a new way
on
of
the land, like above. Usually.
Here it says a new way of measuring distances in the waters is sonar. So if there is a ship at these coordinates and there's another ship at these coordinates and it sends out sonar to scan the floor or scan ahead, it can get the exact distance based on so that's a new way of doing it. I have no idea how the fuck that they used to do it or how they used to try and measure it.
Right? Their vertical distance measurements of the land.
Did they stick a bunch of inch rulers on top of each other into the sky?
I don't know. That's you're the inch man.
I prefer man of inches.
Oh,
who's this Dalek? Exterminate, exterminate.
Try leaving and coming back again. Connection's a bit iffy. Yeah, I've had lots of conversations with people about straight lines over the years. Some people in here the other day were denying it possible.
Yeah, it was Peter the Great. Man, in fact, told them, they're just baffled by what straight can mean, but they know what it can't mean.
Yeah, and I think
they have not done.
Yeah, they can't be here because they had to have interrupted me because we were talking about the straight line baseline. That's what I was trying to ask Nathan Oakley the other day. He could literally disprove Bob the Science Guy's modus ponens about Earth shape. You could disprove.
Who really cares about Bob?
Spherical. Do you care about disproving a spherical Earth?
Why is he a challenge? Why is he a challenge?
I'm asking, do you care about disproving a spherical Earth?
I care about them proving it. Really?
Okay. Right, so at this point, I'm thinking, what's going on? Like, I'm talking to a group of people that are in this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right? And disproving a spherical Earth. Doesn't seem that he wants Bob to prove it. Even though Bob's done a modus ponens. Right? He's not bothered about disproving Bob's. He's going to leave Bob with his proof of spherical Earth. Right? Whoever this is, I don't know who he is, but he can see no use to these arguments within these arenas. This guy, I don't know who he is, but yeah, no, he can see of no use of an argument. There's not a proof argument or a disproof argument. Modus ponens, modus tonens, modus tollens. Like he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to use them or anything. Yeah. Discussing these sort of things. What's he discussing? Well, they can't, can they?
If I'm going to care at all,
you can disprove it, then are you still waiting for them to prove it?
I didn't need to worry about disproving it.
Okay.
But if I'm going to give a shit at all, and they're going to come in here and talk about it and claim that, reality is this way and that I don't observe and experience, and they've got the burden of proof. They've got to prove it.
Okay. Are you upset? Would you be upset if they came in to disprove flat Earth?
They can try all they like. I don't really care.
Okay. So it's about the positive proof, is it? Or is it about disproving the other one, or waiting for somebody else to give you a positive proof of something that you don't need to falsify? It gets a bit convoluted. So if you can you prove flat Earth?
You can demonstrate that the surface of a liquid at rest is horizontal and flat and level.
Have you convinced yourself through belief?
That's a measurement. Liquid at rest, the body of a liquid at rest, the surface is horizontal.
Yeah, I can make
flat and level.
Yes, you can measure.
That's what that's the principle of liquid at rest, which you fucking rely on for your fucking water level. So don't give me shit, Bev.
Yeah, we've got a Realising Euclid test. It got very angry very quickly there, didn't he? And he only asked him if he had a proof of flat Earth. Strange how divisive this can be. It proves that a straight line lies within a plane. And sort of coincidentally, through the etymology of it and the enthymeme, we can say that level is horizontal. But I mean, we already knew that. We were just trying to relate geometric principles to reality. But can you prove flat Earth? Or would that sort of do? Like proving the straight line within the plane. Is that the proof of the flat Earth?
Yeah, your topography, right, is going to be in reference to a horizontal plane of reference, right?
Okay. So proving the straight line lying within the plane is the proof of the flat Earth. And then measuring elevation changes from that then also becomes a proof of the flat Earth, right? Literally, the elevation changes that make it not flat prove the flatness, which sounds ridiculous, but is that what you're going with? Because if it is, can you prove a straight line? Can you? Anyone? Wow.
Yeah, sure.
And what'd you ask? I wasn't paying attention. Say that again.
It appears that the proof that you need for the flat Earth is just this straight line.
What, like a laser line?
I don't know. Like that's what I was
Like
asking.
like a really high power, like a high powerful laser that can shoot straight.
Well, see,
And if there's no deviation from the ground, then it would prove that the Earth is what? Not curving, right? And if the Earth is not curving, then what does it mean?
Well, are you when you do that? Like, if you're off the ground, are you classing that as Earth?
There's deviation. So if the Earth is running parallel with this laser for very long distances, there's no deviation. Why are you interrupting me when I'm explaining this again to you? Buddy, I'm explaining this again to you. If the laser is leveled off with the floor and it's going parallel with the floor over a vast distance and there is no deviation, what does that mean?
That you've
What's
leveled
the
it?
argument for that?
I'm asking Bev. Who the fuck is talking?
I'm asking you for the argument.
Hey, listen, take your fucking argument, your sophistry, and shove it up your ass.
How about I fuck your daughter?
Just looking for a straight line.
Buddy, go back
Proof
to
of
school.
the
You don't know
straight line.
shit. Right.
That's all he asked, a straight line.
Bev, again, I asked you. If the laser is running parallel with the ground over a vast distance and there is no deviation, what does that mean?
It means you're using geometric terms, and parallel is well defined.
What do you mean?
Mathematics.
What do you mean? I'm
the
using
meaning of it doesn't need.
In
to
reality,
be
if I put a laser,
the words.
He's not answering. He's fucking verbal diarrhea now. There's no answer there.
The laser is straight.
And what's the other bit?
If it's parallel to the ground over a vast distance with no deviation, what does that mean? Everywhere.
It means
well, you've probably been in with your builder's equipment and you've made it level.
It's like as
parallel.
You say.
Let's just say over water. Okay, let's say over water because water is level. Let's just say over water because okay, fine. No ground because ground has topography. We understand there's hills, valleys, mountains, all kinds of shit.
I think
right?
that's called moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not moving the goalposts because let's just make it so that it's actually level where water is level, right? So on the ball, right? On your ball, on this fucking spinning ball, the water is curving.
What
is it not? Well, the ball that they say, because this, what kind of channel are you in here, Bev?
Who's the first one? Go on. Let's admit it.
Who lives on a ball? Hey, Bev, do you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Bev, answer that.
Right. I'll point out here, it's a little challenge that we have. Try it with yourself, right? Who's the first one to talk of the not that? Not me, right? I was talking about a straight line all the time. What's this guy talking about now? Who's the one talking about the not that? Who's guilty? This man. Who's this man? Dunno, just shouty guy from this one of these rooms in the politics Discord server. Just put it out. I didn't mention it. I don't ever.
The question: are you living in a ball?
Crazy person talking about the ball right now.
Are you? Well, I don't know. You guys, the Globers. Are you a Glober?
The hell's a Glober?
You don't know what a Glober is?
I've never fucking heard that word before.
Glober, people that believe they live on a fucking ball.
We were talking about straight lines. Can you remember us talking about straight lines?
You couldn't find a parallel on land, so you switched to the water.
Listen, there are parallel. You can't make parallel, but here's the thing. I fucked up on that one. And I'll admit it. No, I fucked up because I assumed because I assumed Bev would understand what I was saying because he's been in this conversation for a very long time. But then again, he's a sophist and shit. but it's okay. Let's do it over water.
I don't know where this is
right,
going.
because on this spherical ball, so these globers think. Okay, so here's the background of the story.
Don't tell
right?
me what other
So
people
these
think,
globers,
please.
those globers. Listen, this is your whole fucking
Let them
NASA
talk
and
for
shit, right? So
themselves.
when they show you photos of Earth from space, or photos, quote unquote, right? These images of Earth from space, right? Do you not see the water that is curving on this ball? Yes or no?
Can you remember we were talking about a straight line?
Buddy, why are you not answering the
I
question,
don't
man?
know where you've taken it.
I'm taking it right to where it
We were
has to be,
talking
buddy.
about positive proofs.
Listen, yeah, exactly. So they're telling us that it's a ball, and what we're telling them it's not, because there is no deviation from the laser.
There's a famous
There is no
called
deviation.
Bob the Science Guy, and he's done some
garbage.
flat Earth logic of an argument that he uses.
Flat
and in
Earth
this argument,
logic.
he offers up his Earth sphere, right? In which I'm telling you, you can disprove the famous globe earther Bob the Science Guy and his Earth sphere. Yeah, you can disprove it. And you can disprove it by measuring a straight line. He even says it himself.
Measuring a straight line?
Yes.
What about measuring the curve? Prove the positive first. The positive claim is the ball. Prove it. Where's the fucking curve?
As you might be able to tell, at this sort of moment, right, we were talking about a straight line. This guy is model afflicted, obviously. He's shouty, he's angry, he's got some sort of, somebody's triggered him into something. Now, I don't know whether it's the straight line or whether it's the reality, the ECV, but something's affected him into a rage. He can't see clearly. He might not drink distilled water. You never know. I should always start off with that. Hello, before starting this conversation, do you drink distilled water? Because if not, there's a chance that this conversation might be challenging. I don't know. Don't know what's going on. Don't know who this guy is. He's just somebody with some sort of authority over there at the politics server. Well, I mean, I don't know. Confidence. I think that's what we're leading with this year. Confidence.
Where's the 8 inches per mile squared? Why are you trying to fucking reverse burden of proof on us? We're the ones here telling you that, nah, it ain't no fucking ball, because when we measure it, it's fucking flat.
False dichotomy, and you can measure it.
No, what false dichotomy? No, man, you guys came in here saying it's a fucking ball with water sticking to this fucking ball, yeah? At a certain rate, it has a curvature rate. There's a radius to this ball. There's a curvature rate to this ball, but we do not find this curvature rate ever, anywhere we go. What's wrong with that?
You didn't come in saying it was a ball, did you?
No, I didn't. I don't
Your silence is amazing. I love it. Thank you. I'll go on mute. Don't worry.
I'd say that we can measure straight lines, and we do, for the baseline to start off with.
Yeah. Okay. You measure over. Let's say you measure over 100 kilometers. Let's see you do it, Bev. Please, straight. Let's see you do it.
Is that a straight line?
Let's see you do that. Well, I want to see you do it.
Yeah,
I want to see you do it. You're talking shit right now.
Is that 100 kilometers? Is that?
I want to see you do it. Well, you know they have military technology, right? They have military technology that can target shit for over like 100 miles. I'm pretty sure.
Is that
with infrared and all kinds of shit? But it's over a flat plane. Like let's say Navy ships, right? When they see another Navy ship, these things are. And that water isn't curving though. There's no curve to this water. It's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared, right? So the burden of proof is on these ballers. They haven't fucking proven the ball yet. You've been trying to do this for years now, Bev. You've probably been doing this for like close to like 6 years from what I can remember. You were on fucking not only Gem Pandas, You were probably fucking on what's his name show, Nathan Oakley show, right? That's what you were on, right? That's where you come from. You've been doing this for so fucking long, and yet you still got fucking nowhere. Thank you very much. Keep doing it because you're fucking beating your head against the fucking concrete now.
Well,
remember that you've been doing this for a very fucking long time.
Yeah, and I'll point out here, I'm thankful for all of the people I've talked to and everybody that I've met and the position I'm in. I am extremely thankful for that. So, yeah, I consider myself as coming a long way, but still being where I am, right? We're still here on the level. A lot of people have come and gone, but we are still here. As a group, I'd say probably one of the most solid groups within this community there ever has been. So, yeah, thank you very much for everybody involved in all of this.
Even with our disagreements, we're still solid.
We're solid because of our disagreements. This guy knows nothing about what he talks about, right? He's just an angry man shouting about his model affliction.
An angry man, as you point out, bringing up not that because you didn't bring it up, but now he's got himself in a tizzy over it.
Yeah, yeah. It's in his mind, not mine. He has this problem, right?
Right, and it just it shows fucking everything about you right now. You've been doing this for many years, my guy,
Bev.
And I have many proofs.
Many years. You ain't got shit.
Awesome, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. Seriously, why do you come here looking for a fucking fight?
I'm not coming. I'm pointing out that the straight line can disprove a model.
I know.
Well, in fact, it disproves.
There's no model.
Like you're a salesman.
Mm-hmm.
You preach. You preach.
For the false dichotomy.
It's like you're upset. It's like it's triggered you that other people aren't thinking like you. You're not being specific enough. You're not using the same terms. You're misusing the terms.
He's very
blah, 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 blah.
Right?
Okay.
Also, yeah.
It's all jargon. It's all his jargon. It's all his own created jargon. He loves it.
Have you ever heard of the phrase coming to terms?
Why does it bother you so much? You got to come here and make sure that we
didn't hear you
your
at all.
Ramble.
Well, actually, I was coming here to try and let you know, in case you don't, that Nathan Oakley needs help to come here.
I don't give a shit what you think Nathan Oakley needs.
Well, I don't know. Are you the guy that runs this place?
I don't run
No,
this
Nathan
place.
has nothing to do with it. He never even really comes up unless it's you talking about him. I'm kind of sick of hearing about it, to be honest.
Same. Okay. Barely gets mentioned.
Well, see, I have to point out once again, right? I am curious. I'm in this arena, right? And I think Nathan Oakley going out and about and talking to people is fascinating as a study, my own study. For that purpose, I would like Nathan Oakley to go over there to this place. I'm genuinely trying to help accommodate Nathan Oakley over there. Honestly, on the level, as always, I want to help. This guy's got a bee in his bonnet about something, and it may seem like, you know, they're pushing something, but I mean, that's not what it is for me. I genuinely want to facilitate Nathan Oakley into these other arenas because it's fascinating how flat earthers communicate with each other. As fascinating as globe earthers communicating with each other. As fascinating as it is watching a flat earther and a globe earther communicate with each other. we're all fascinated with these sort of things. So let's get it going. It's 2024. Wouldn't he be like a big name for you guys to...
No, we don't care.
He's a nobody. I actually hate that guy, to be honest with you. I've listened to him once. I'm like, yo, this guy's a fucking piece of shit. And that's it. I'd never fucking went on his YouTube channel ever again.
Don't listen
What's
to him,
up?
Nathan. You should still go there.
Yeah, I've only ever heard Bev mention Nathan Oakley in this channel. It's like the only time I've heard his name pop up.
This guy's like a fanboy or something.
There you go. I have been trying, Nathan. I have been trying. Nice support there. Good to see.
Support? Why the fuck would I support that guy?
Confidence.
I don't need that
That's
bad
what we
asshole
need
to
going
fucking...
forward.
Yeah, that's what you need.
He told us the other day, 10 years. I mean, how long have you guys been in it?
Longer.
Longer?
Oh, yeah.
Have you convinced yourself with belief?
I don't need to convince. I know.
Is it like a...
There's no
on
belief.
a scale, right?
It's knowledge, my guy. It's knowledge, my guy. Trust me, it's knowledge.
Conviction.
More than what you know, I guarantee you.
See, so this guy's been in it for longer than Nathan Oakley. So obviously, the more you can convince yourself through belief, you end up like this man, that he knows it now. He's convinced himself through belief that much that he knows it.
Yep. He's becoming a zealot as well. You could hear it in his voice.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Nathan Oakley's on his way, right? Nathan Oakley's done 10 years. That's when you turn the switch, right? Ranty did 5 left. Nathan Oakley's done 10, and he's flipped the switch now, right? Dialed it up. Convinced himself through belief. You can now know, right? You just flip the switch, 10 years, boom, there you go. Saved your time. That's how you do it. Convinced himself.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's not a belief. I told you it's not a belief. Why you keep putting words in my mouth?
Okay. But if you do have a proof, then
it's knowledge. I told you there's no deviation from the laser. If you can show me deviation from the laser, then show it, please.
What, like a measured distance change?
Yeah, sure.
Of the land.
No, over water. Over water.
Like
topography will make the land. Listen, topography will make the land go fucking all kinds of ways. There's mountain, hills, and valleys, all kinds of shit. So it's never going to be flat. The fuck are you on?
Well, you know, they have a mean sea level, right? But that's because the sea level goes up and down. Like, is that what you're saying? To show you a deviation of the level going up and down?
I need a curvature rate, because the curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared with the rate if the radius is fucking 4,000 miles, buddy. It's in the math.
Does this guy sound like he's switching the goalposts, right? Like what he requires. I mean, he's literally moved the goalposts from on the land into the water, and now he doesn't want to see a deviation of the water on the vertical. He wants to see some weird formula that somebody's given him that doesn't really mean anything. I don't think he even knows what that formula means. But like, he's not talking about a measured change of the sea level going up and down, like, which is measurable. So you don't know what he is after now.
If you don't have that in reality, ain't no fucking ball. Thank you.
Measured the radius earlier.
Who measured it?
I don't know. Somebody earlier was validating a measured radius.
Well, I don't. Well, I don't know. It wasn't me, because there ain't no fucking radius.
No, you asked for it. I'm saying there was somebody here.
You know the positive, the burden of proof again. Listen, see, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof again. The burden of proof is on you, motherfuckers. Number one.
Right. So again, he's asking us for a measurement, and I'm saying, yes, there's a guy in here that literally said he had measured the radius. He measured the earth flat with his inch ruler. Like, you're asking me for it, but he's here, he's in the room. He's told you. He's done it. Talk to him. But no, this guy's got some sort of a hard-on for us. I don't know what's going on, but obviously It's the strange things that happen. Maybe it's the tone of my voice, or the way my accent is. It seems like people don't actually hear what I'm talking about, and they fly off into this weird rage, imagining things that have never been said.
One. Because you're telling me it's a fucking ball with this radius.
I didn't tell you that.
Yeah, you are, because you're a glober. So you fall. Hey, listen. You fall in their fucking team. You're falling under their fucking team. You know that, right? You
False
saying, "Oh, it's not
dichotomy,
me
yeah.
saying that."
I know.
No, you fall under their team because you're the one that's fucking coming in here preaching about the globe. Nobody else.
False
Well, I mean,
dichotomy.
all the other globers, you're fucking with them, man. The fuck out of here. False dichotomy.
What's the third option then?
Right. So, false dichotomy. I was seeing, check this one out for yourself, right? Anybody listening? 30-odd people, thank you very much. Try and see if anybody can entertain a conversation about a false dichotomy. I think it's one of those things that people can't talk about, like the straight line, because the implications of it are a little bit, they go beyond the simple statement of the straight line and the simple statement of the false dichotomy. This is quite interesting. False dichotomy, right? How do you know? And what does that do when you hear this false dichotomy? What does it mean? How do you link meaning to these words? And unless you've actually looked into it, they probably mean nothing. You could probably Google it as well, but chances are that isn't going to help you either, because Wiki and Google and all of that have made it really difficult for you to comprehend these things and discuss them. Well, you can hear it on the level, but be careful not to go into a conversation with a clouded mind and anger, because strange things happen.
What's the dichotomy and what's the third option?
If you can prove both false, right? It's not a true dichotomy, is it? That's the way
That's
to.
not what a dichotomy is. A dichotomy means
dichotomy.
one is true or the other is true. So
Yeah.
there's two positions that are juxtaposed to each other.
And
So if there's a third position,
if it's
lay
a
out the
false
two
dichotomy,
positions
then you can
and the
prove both
third.
of them false. I think this is Hank. Sounds sort of slightly familiar. If anybody's around here, has been around for a bit. I think this sounds like a character called Hank Hill. And I remember him vaguely from the 24/7 days. No doubt I've been away from most of those servers for a bit. Obfuscation always comes out. I always considered Hank as similar to a Lemon Bird type character. But he's... he likes to imagine logic is his thing. No doubt he likes to talk about it. And I'd love to talk about logic to people. Discussion about false dichotomy with Hank for a little bit.
No.
Why are you interrupting my friend Hank?
That's not what false dichotomy means, bro. What's the two positions and the third?
Yeah. What you do is you set up this within logic and statements. You have a true or false statement, right? That's either true or false. Now that is a true dichotomy, either true or false.
Yeah. What's the two positions and the third position?
You don't need the third position. That's right. Some ways
you do. If it's not a true dichotomy, brother. If there's a dichotomy, there's only two positions.
Yeah, and if both
if
of
there's
them
a third
can
option
be proved false,
that you're claiming, bro, that's irrelevant. If there's a third option, we just want to know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if you can prove both of these options false, that's how come you can say it's a false dichotomy. Because you can prove them both false. That means there is at least one other option.
What is it? What's the other option?
Not either of the false dichotomy, but most of these arguments are based
You listen to this guy? What a snake!
the false dichotomy, aren't they?
A slippery snake, you know that?
Yeah, he doesn't understand, I think.
I know.
Because,
but again, this is something that will happen if you Google it, because without applying a little thought process to it, like obviously there's multiple different ways that you can have a false dichotomy.
Yeah, so he was right when he was asking about third option, but it is not all about false dichotomy. False dichotomy, because if, as Rob Keane said last time, trichotomy. If you have trichotomy, so we have 3 options at start, so you cannot name it dichotomy. That would be one kind of false dichotomy, because it is not dichotomy. Why? Because it is trichotomy. Or we have more, 4 options, 5 options, it doesn't matter. If we have more than 2 options in opposition, someone naming it dichotomy is false, because it is not dichotomy. But you can have dichotomy, 2 options on the table, but still they can be false, as you said, because they are both false. It means because if you have true statement, therefore opposition to that has to be a true statement. So if they are both false, it means they are not in opposition. And if they are not in opposition, they don't create dichotomy, because dichotomy is always and only if they are in opposition. But if they are on the same side, because they are both false, they cannot create dichotomy, because they are on the same side. And there is another kind of false dichotomy when we have 2 options and they seem to be opposite, and they are, but in different categories. And that kind of false dichotomy is called misplaced concreteness. So that would be a fallacy of misplaced concreteness. And you can create something like dichotomy, looks like dichotomy, but it is not, because you are confusing some categories within statements, for example. So there
are a little bit more sophisticated approach, that one, though. You'd have to try a little bit harder to sell that one. But this one, like, literally, we're saying that if you're given 2 choices, but both of them can be proved false, then it's a false dichotomy, because there's no true option. There's nothing that you could pick that would be correct. That's not a true dichotomy. There's therefore a false dichotomy.
Yes, because if they are both false, it means that the true thing is outside of this dichotomy. So it is, because it has to be, something has to be true, but this is none of them. So yes, third option could be true. So yes, he was kind of right when he was talking about third option, because in that case, if both statements are false, it has to be somewhere at least one more option which is true.
Yeah, but it's definitely not required for me to give him that third option to know that it is a false dichotomy.
Yes, of course not.
Right.
You are not, just statement that both are false. it is sufficient.
So afterwards,
state
when
that this is
somebody
false.
starts calling you a slippery snake,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
bit
exactly.
misleading, right? Whoever's doing that, because that's not a genuine thing, unless he really thinks that, right? Because Hank had sort of led him into the three options, the other option, then he thought it was me that was at fault. But that would be entirely on what Hank portrayed to this other person. But I mean, Hank's the long time guy. I think Hank's been around for a long time. He should know. I only come with sort of proof of the straight line. That's all.
So you get a straight line. What the fuck does that prove?
You can start from a certain knowledge. Something that
And
you
what would that be?
actually know.
What would that be?
Well, you could base the rest of your understanding upon something that you actually know. I know, it sounds simple, doesn't it? It sounds too simple, really.
Quite simple, really.
Yeah, it's more foundational than anything, really.
So you're telling me you're lost in the sauce. Okay.
He's telling you it's so simple, but he's not going to take you from A, B, C. It's just going to be coy, and I'm not going to get any new information. It's just going to be a bunch of dickheads swinging dicks at each other. Freaking boring.
You've got to get yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Or something you got to get yourself.
Yeah, the understanding.
Yeah, the Globers use that on me all the time.
Whatever, dude. Why don't you enlighten us? Since the
this now is AI. What's he called? AI. He's been around for quite a long time as well. Also, I think this is one of the leaders of this particular guest channel in the politics server. A high-ranking flat Earth member, I think.
these guys are clearly struggling, and you've paved the way ahead of them. Why don't you give them some information that's useful instead of just dicking back and forth?
What about how to measure mean sea level, vertical datum?
Oh, dude, why don't you present to them an argument that lays out your premises and carries your conclusion of a necessity that's easy to follow? I mean, I don't know, do something.
Well, we've already done it. We've made the arguments already. I don't think anybody can rebut them. It's just that they trouble the false dichotomy. So
I don't know, dude. You haven't really made an argument since I've been listening.
There you go.
Unless you mean you made it last week or something.
Made
Well,
it
he didn't make shit.
a while ago. Do you want me to give you an argument? Let me get it.
I don't know, dude.
I'll post it in here.
I like listening to people make their points. Like, these are my premises. These are what they mean. This is the conclusion. It carries necessarily. Therefore, this is that. That's the way I like it.
Right. So listen to what this man has just asked for. An argument with all of the
for
stuff.
legit formal argument. Yeah. All right.
He's asked for it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good thing to hear that there are some people interested in that kind of thing.
Yeah. So here we go. I went into a study of the argument, and I think I can make this the most simple argument that can connect logic, mathematics, and reality together to let everybody see the simplicity of it all, right? And now it goes like this. Call it the argument. If P, then Q. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, antecedent, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other. Q. Modus ponens. Somebody. By affirming the antecedent modus ponens. Okay. By definition, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. P is true. Modus ponens. Therefore, if P is true, then Q is true. All horizontals will be parallel to each other. Q is true. Corollary to that argument, the plane of the horizon will always be horizontal. The law of non-contradiction states that no statement can both be true and false concurrently. Therefore, a modus tollens for the argument will be impossible. The argument.
And that's why I don't click up.
I mean, that's a necessary property of horizontal. A horizontal can't exist in a globe paradigm. It's incoherent in their worldview.
It's just an argument called the. Again, who talked of the not that? Why did an argument about horizontals being parallel conjure up a model in this man's mind? Like, what? Why does that occur? What makes that happen? That's what I'm fascinated with. Who talked of the not that first? The argument. You can argue against it. I say that the modus tollens is impossible, but anyone can offer one up.
Right, so if anything is laying on a horizontal plane that's parallel to all other horizontal planes because it's parallel to the horizon, then what orientation would it have in free space?
Horizontal. In reality, you can't get rid of horizontal.
Right, so what orientation is horizontal?
Horizontal, parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Okay, and what's the horizon?
The plane of the horizon would be the totality of the plane of the what you call the horizon. That encompasses also the topographical horizon, because you're rotating 360 degrees. That plane that the horizon is within is classed as a horizontal plane.
Fair, but a topographical horizon would have differential points on the plane, so you'd actually have multiple points that are different in the y-axis relative to the initial plane, so it wouldn't actually be horizontal if you used topography.
Are you saying
like
that the plane
edge.
of the horizon isn't horizontal? Because, I mean, it is.
Oh, I'm saying that is
Can
if
be
you
proven to
have
be so.
multiple points, right, but if you say the horizon is topographical, now you have multiple points
That's
that
why
aren't
you
on the
use
same
the plane
plane.
of the horizon.
Right, but then you have an error because you're saying the topographical horizon, so then you're not, then the topographic horizon isn't a true horizon then.
Yeah, the plane of the horizon. That's why we talk about the plane of
Yeah,
the
but
horizon.
what's the horizon?
Horus sunrise.
The totality, the tal, of the horizon, horizontal. The horizon, as you turn around the plane of it where it meets itself, it's called horizontal. All horizontals will be parallel to that plane of that horizon,
right,
no matter where you
right,
are.
but if you're standing in a valley, let's say you're standing in a valley, right, and you trace the quote-unquote topographical horizon, you're going to have like an EKG meter, you know, up and down, up and down, up and down. So that isn't on the same plane. So to call it a topographical horizon would be incoherent.
The plane of the horizon. Do you hear? Horizontals
Okay, but you just
are parallel to
if you
the
define a
plane
topographical
of
horizon,
the horizon.
I know you could keep repeating that, but I'm parsing it out how it's not doesn't fit in this instance.
It doesn't fit in the argument.
Yeah.
This is what you've got to be careful of, is sophist, right? He's saying in this instance, well, this instance is the argument that he asked me to present. And the argument that he asked me to present doesn't include any of the things he's talking about.
Yes, and by the way, it is not his argument or counter argument, because it cannot be, because he's saying that topographical horizon will not create the plane. That's correct, but argument is not talking about topographical horizon. It's talking about horizon, not topographical. So we can look which horizon can create plane. Of course, not topographical. Topographical horizon cannot create a plane. Therefore, it means that in argument, it is not topographical horizon.
Yeah, because it's horizontal, it's like it encompasses the entire plane of the horizon. That's in front of you, behind you, to the left of you, to the right of you, the totality of the horizon, that horizontal plane. It really confuses me why people can't seem to see that, whether it's, you know, the way my brain works, but to me it's pretty simple. And if there's an easier way to explain it to people, you know, let me know, because it seems like I'm talking to a guy that's been in these arenas for years, this AI overlord, that's it, AI overlord. And I can't seem to express to him what the plane of the horizon is. I mean, I was laughing at the beginning because some guys were talking about the horizon, right? Never heard them before. I don't know who they were. But now we're talking about somebody that's been in this for years. Doesn't seem capable of understanding what the plane of the horizon is, or even an argument that's offered to him that he asked for. Sad. But that states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other, Q.
Okay, but then if you have a topographical horizon, then you're defeated.
What, the argument's defeated?
If such a thing as a topographical horizon exists, then yes. Because it has points that aren't parallel on a plane. Because it's not.
Yeah, but he's refuting himself, because the argument is plane of the horizon.
That aren't parallel. Like, what's he talking about? You have points that aren't parallel. I mean,
inconsistent.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah,
literally.
And by the way,
there's no such thing.
If we are talking about line, where this sky meets the ground or whatever, if we have topographical horizon, this line is not straight. Therefore, from topographical horizon, you cannot create a plane. It is impossible. So in your argument, as I said, it cannot be topographical horizon. And he's talking about topographical horizon. Why? I don't know why. From topographical horizon, you cannot create a plane. That's true. That's why
it's not in the argument.
Yeah.
It's like he's gone, right? That's an argument, right? I asked you for the argument, you presented the argument exactly as I said, right, with all of those things. But what I'm going to do is hand you a non sequitur and say that this non sequitur defeats your argument. Just because. He's a genius, a flat Earth genius. Rebutting arguments.
I think that he with this topographical horizon, he's bringing a black swan, the type of horizon that will not fit your argument. But it is not black swan, because you are talking about plane of the horizon. So it is not good. If he thinks that it is black swan, it is not, because topographical horizon cannot create a plane itself.
Yeah.
So it has to be something else.
The Omega word, he says in the chat, exactly, it can't be topographical. The plane, because like a plane, there's no such thing as a topographical plane. That's ridiculous. It's an oxymoron.
Yes, and they say that flat Earth is
measured.
Yes.
Yeah.
How they say topographical plane, something like that.
Yeah. And now he's saying it can't be topographical. So, I mean, it either can or can't be, because, I mean, flat Earth, I don't know. Like, you could either go with the oxymoron, but, I mean, this argument isn't talking about that oxymoron that people call a topographical plane. That's an impossibility. It's like a measured flat. It's I would call it an aporema. Contradiction within the statement. We've got a super chat. Look at that. Well done, God. God says, I came in and there was mud at the bottom of my shoe. Later it dried up and a piece fell off. It's over. The Earth has been measured flat at 2 1/16 inches. Wow, that's definitely a straight line distance. Somebody call Bob. Let him know we've got a contender. Gods has got a piece of shit on the bottom of his shoe, measured at 2. What's that? 2 1/16. 2 1/10. Theo, like, what's that? Who said they think it's making a black swan?
No, this was my speculation only. But it sounded like that he is bringing black swan for this plane of the horizon. But
he thinks that it is a black swan, or Theo Megawerty is AI. So the guy that is bringing up the topographical plane or the topographical horizon is a rebuttal to an argument that doesn't mention the topographical horizon.
But if it is not a black swan, then what it is? Because you can rebut argument by bringing a black swan. So
it goes on
it
for
is
a
not
bit
black
longer,
swan.
this, you know.
So okay, but still.
So well done, AI. This, I mean, you show yourself to be a way to rebut an argument. I mean, he does a little bit better than Nathan Oakley and John did when they just said that's not an argument. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
Not planar.
Points aren't parallel. Never are. Never have been. Unless you've got a definition of point parallel. I've heard it talked about.
Okay, if you have a topographical horizon, you have multiple points, right?
Okay, so again, can anybody remember who talked about point parallel? Other than AI Overlord, right? Anybody else remember point parallel?
I cannot exactly, but someone from Blue Marble Science, maybe.
Yeah,
I can't remember really
he was
precisely.
a Blue Marble scientist. It sort of has. I've got it in my.
Yeah.
It might be Rumpus or similar sort of
something
things.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That are on different levels. They're not on a plane with each other.
Here we go. Points that are on different planes aren't on the same plane. Another genius. Well done.
Yes, this is correct,
Yep.
but it means that you cannot use topographical horizon.
Yeah, parallel planes.
It doesn't disprove your argument.
No. Yeah, differential leveling.
Correct. So you can't call a horizon a topographical horizon. That makes no sense. It's incoherent. It's incoherent and self-defeating.
It doesn't mention topographical horizon in the argument.
Okay, so then topographical horizons don't exist then. Good.
But not within the argument. The argument states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, Pete, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other.
Well, yes, but so the plane of the horizon, we know what a plane is. What's a horizon?
The horizon. You could Google it if you want.
Dude, I'm asking you. You're the one making this argument. You need to parse your terms.
Okay. The horizon is that which the plane of is always parallel to the horizontals at the location.
That's a tautology. That's not a definition.
It's an argument.
No, it isn't, dude. It's a tautology.
You seem to be trying to rebut it. You're attempting a modus tollens.
No, I'm asking you what a horizon is, and you're offering me a tautology.
No, you offered. Like you said, have you got any arguments? And I showed you an argument, and now you're asking me.
Yeah, I like it. Now I'm
definition.
parsing it out, but I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time getting to what a horizon is. That's what's bothering me.
Well, your understanding of horizon is, I don't know.
No, I want you to parse it from your argument so that I can understand your argument better.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what a horizontal is?
Okay, I asked you what a horizon is.
Yeah, and I'm trying to relate.
That's the question that's on the table.
I'm trying to relate it.
You haven't answered it. You offered me circular reason tautology.
This is really weird.
Yeah, I know it is, isn't it? What's a horizon, please?
How many times has anybody ever been in a situation like this where somebody asks you for an argument and then they just keep asking you what's a horizon? It's like somebody saying, what's a square? And like you know this person already knows what a horizon is. Like how many times and how many different ways can you explain to somebody that's been in this arena for years what the horizon is? How to formulate an argument? What's he doing? This is just weird. You all know this is weird. Goes around and around and around in circles for ages. Just like this. To me, horizontal. The horizon is horizontal. Yeah. How about that?
Well, of course, that's a property that horizons have, but what's a horizon?
So you're saying that the topographical horizon has a property of horizontal?
No.
Okay.
Topographical horizons don't exist because they're not horizontal.
See, at times like this, you wonder, like, what did he just say? Do you want to hear it again?
Yes, he said that topographical horizons don't exist.
Yeah.
So it means that if so, and why? Because there is a name. It is called topographical horizon. So we have to ask ourselves, what does it mean? This name, topographical horizon, and if it is not just horizon, what is the difference between topographical horizon and just horizon. So for me, it is obvious that the difference is that a horizon is just a straight line. This were created by surface of still water and meeting the sky in our vision. It is creating straight line and it is natural and not topographical.
Yeah,
This is
well,
what it
I
is for me.
separate them between true horizon, topographical horizons, and like both of them combined will be called just colloquially the horizon. Right? If you wanted to be more specific, then you could be more specific about the particular horizon you're looking at. But the argument doesn't state that at all. It's got nothing to do with that. Now, I don't know AI's particular line of questioning here, but I mean, to me, he's literally just said you can't have a topographical horizon, which I would state blatant lie. Of course you can have a topographical horizon. But again, this is in a sort of flat earth channel, right? This is what they say. Of horizontal.
No.
Okay.
Topographical horizons don't exist because they're not horizontal.
You said it. You said it. Okay, so are you saying
the reasons
that the
I already
horizon
parsed
has
out
to be
eloquently.
horizontal?
The horizon has to be horizontal. Let me tell you why. It's very simple.
The plane
Because
of
the term
this is why I say
horizontal
the
is
plane of the
derived from
horizon.
the term horizon. The term horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So you need to know what a horizon is in the first instance.
And I will point out again, this is why within the argument you use the plane of the horizon.
Yes, because if we have a plane, it means that, and the horizon is limit of our vision, and so it has to be a line on that plane.
Yeah, encompassing the topographic horizon, the true horizon, the totality of the horizon.
Yes, and because it is in that plane, it has to be straight line. Simple.
Yeah, AI's, he's a regular in these sort of rooms. It rebuts arguments, I think.
That's the thing that hasn't been parsed yet, which is the foundational point of this whole argument.
Okay, well, like, in order to speak of it as its whole, would you not need the entire plane? Wouldn't you need to be talking about the plane of it rather than just a part of it? You want the whole of the horizon, so therefore you have to encompass the plane. You can't speak about a part.
Okay, so you're changing the definition of horizontal from an optical phenomenon to the nature of the Earth, right?
Horizontal isn't a optical thing, is it? Although I suppose you could see water and that be your best relation to horizontal, but
well, what's the horizon? What's the horizon in the first instance from where we derived the term horizontal in the first place?
I don't know. I've got a clue. I don't know.
Really? That's your answer?
Well, I know.
You don't know
what the plane
is.
of the horizon is because I obviously understand it. I've made an argument about it.
Yes, but if you have the word "of," right, and you don't know what the horizon is in the first place, then you don't have a definition of one of your terms in your argument, so your argument's pointless.
So you're going with the semantic approach.
Dude, if you're making this argument, you should know what the words in it mean. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Whether you go with a convention or whether you make up the definition yourself, that word should have a meaning.
Right. Is there anybody else when they hear the argument that wonder about what the person who made the argument meant when they put the definition of something like horizon, plane of the horizon? Has anybody ever wondered about that, falsifying an argument because of the semantical use of a proposed misunderstanding of the word? Because I mean, it's impressive, right? The lengths that we're going to now to rebut arguments.
He's not rebutting argument, but he's formally he's correct, because a burden of proving that terms used in argument are clear. So if he is asking what is the horizon, this is not invalid question. This is valid question. For example, if I would argue with someone, I would ask about terms used in argument. It is normal thing. It is, let's say, legit thing to do. But I don't know what he's waiting for in that horizon. Okay, we can go to Greek meaning of the word, because this is Greek word. Horizona. So zone, we know what is zone. And hori refers to sight. So it is reach of our sight, let's say, or field of view. You can translate also that. But translating from Greek, it really, I think it will not help. But if we are talking about plane of the horizon, we implicitly know that we are talking about this straight line, which is created where water, like on the sea, is meeting the sky and is creating straight line. And this has to be straight line, because otherwise it would be not a plane. So for me, it is clear. But he's asking what horizon is. Okay.
Yeah, the plane of the horizon is sort of self-explanatory, right? That's the part that I'm trying to wonder about, because I'm already understanding that the horizon, you can turn around and it always meets the same point when you go back again. And you can do that from any position. So for me, it's not difficult to understand what a plane is geometrically, and the horizon as well. You can literally see it. Most people can. Like when people are imagining the horizon now, they're doing the same thing. We're all doing the same thing. We're imagining the horizon. So why this guy assumes that he needs a definition of what the horizon is to understand an argument about the plane of the horizon just seems strange. But I know, right, from going on forward, this is leading by example. This is one of the regulars of this arena. So get ready. This is a rebuttal. This is going to be a rebuttal to this argument that I termed the argument. Plane of the
Otherwise,
horizon,
I could just put whatever I want in there.
Yeah.
If you're going to leave one of your terms undefined and open, then I could just put whatever I want in there.
Okay, so do you think the plane of the horizon is an undefined term?
No, in your argument, horizon is an undefined term.
Wow. Why?
Because you haven't defined it. I've been asking you for like 3 minutes now.
Like, does not.
Okay, you can sit there. Look, you can sit there and keep playing coy, dude.
Yeah.
But it's obvious to anyone listening that's able to follow the train of thought here that you haven't defined what horizon is. So by all means, go ahead.
Doesn't need to define the horizon, does it?
Yes, it does, dude. That's your problem here.
Okay.
You think it doesn't, but it does.
In this, the horizon is defined as being horizontal through a reasoning process. That if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon P, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other. Now, that's not just a statement that we're saying. There is a geometric backing that goes with that, right? So we just change the words of a geometric proof to this to make it relate to reality. This is why I say I call this the argument, because I think this is... I challenge anyone to make a simpler modus ponens to link reality, geometry, and logic
you
together.
haven't defined horizontal yet it's a term in your argument.
By definition, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, perfect.
You can,
stop right there.
Look
What's the
that
horizon?
up yourself.
What's a horizon?
Ask AI bot or something like that. ChatGPT. Are all horizontals parallel to the plane of the horizon? Because that would be
I understand
validation
planes.
of the statement.
Dude, listen to me. Pay attention in your argument. I understand what a plane is. I understand what parallel is. What's a horizon? You haven't defined that in your argument, okay? Please define it.
It's defined as being that which all horizontals are parallel to within this argument.
That's a tautology.
Can you falsify
Insufficient.
it?
How can you falsify a
Sometimes
tautology?
tautologies are really good things, right? That's why I said there will never be a modus tollens for this.
Oh my goodness, dude. What's a horizon?
The argument.
What's a horizon, Bev? What's a horizon, please?
You sound like Nathan.
You have an undefined parameter in your argument. What's a horizon, please?
Address the argument.
I can't. There's undefined terms. What's a horizon?
What do you imagine the horizon
I already
to be?
conceded to you that parallel planes will indeed be parallel to each other.
Other than parallel to horizontal.
What is it?
Plane of the horizon. Parallel.
Okay, so the horizon, you're telling me that the horizon is the plane of the horizon. That's your final answer?
We're talking about the plane of the horizon.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
So the plane of the horizon requires that the thing needs something of parameter defined before it could be of anything.
Yeah,
of the what?
Okay.
Of the chocolate cake?
Right.
We've
said it's a plane, right? Plane is a geometric term. People understand what that is, don't they?
Okay, so then your claim is the horizon is a plane. That's your claim.
The plane of the only thing that you can say about the plane of the horizon, or other than, oh look over there's the horizon with point with finger, right? The only other thing you can say is that the plane of it is horizontal. You can say that for sure. Certainty.
Okay, so you just screwed yourself because now you have two things. You said over there is the horizon, and then you could say something about it, which is the plane of the horizon. Those are two things. So you've now destroyed your tautology, and now you still have an undefined parameter. So what is a horizon, please? For goodness sakes, how hard is this?
Go round and round and round and round.
Yeah, you're going round and round because your argument is malformed because you have an undefined parameter, dude.
Sorry, can you stop for a moment?
Yes.
If you destroy tautology, it means that your statement about horizon is not tautological. So it means that it is not circular. So it is good. Therefore, it is good because you are describing one thing by another, which is better definition than tautology, of course. but he's saying that you are destroying tautology, therefore you are making better definition. And this is his objection. This is strange for me, how he is trying to let's say, object your statement, because
he's forced into rebutting something that he can't really rebut, so he's having to try sophistry to appease people that are around him into falsifying an argument.
Yeah, so not even it is not falsifying. He's trying to undermine your statement because you have horizon being undefined.
Yeah.
And for me, a simple thing is that the plane of the horizon is reducing this horizon to some things that can be can fit plane of the horizon. So we know that when he was talking about topographical horizon, it doesn't fit plane of the horizon, because of course plane of the horizon is in horizontal position, and topographical horizon, when we see it as a line, for example, some mountains, it is not horizontal position.
It's a not.
It's not.
Yeah.
So it cannot be plane of the horizon, obviously. So don't know why he was talking about topographical horizon. And now I think maybe he's pretending that he doesn't understand that it has to fit plane of the horizon. And the only option is straight line. For me, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did himself in, right, the moment that he said topographical, right? Because that is a measured from the plane, like, i.e. not, like, that's what he was saying. It's not that, yet the measured flat is, I think Nathan Oakley wants it to be that.
Yes, Nathan Oakley would argue.
Yeah. So I think at that point now he's in that strange area where he's sort of having to argue against an argument that I've presented, yet he's arguing against Nathan Oakley and his, upper, the higher commands and the going forward with measured flat type stuff. But he's put himself between a rock and a hard place, let's say.
Yeah.
To put a slight analogy. But yeah, it seems like, like people seem to want to argue things for no purpose, really. I don't know. Unless because it's an argument, people think that they have to argue. I don't know. I mean, like I call it the argument, but that's not like an instruction. I don't know. Okay, so
the very foundation of your parameter is missing.
There's something wrong within the definitions that we should put before the argument.
No, you haven't defined the horizon yet in your argument.
It's defined as being horizontal within this argument. It's a corollary.
Okay, so what you're saying is the horizon is defined as horizontal. So basically the word horizon and horizontal are the same term in your argument.
It's the enthymeme of this argument. Yeah, see, this is something that I would say you could define the horizon as being horizontal through the use of this argument. Literally give a definition through the use of this argument to the horizon. The plane of the horizon will be established as being horizontal through the use of this argument, a corollary, the enthymeme, the unstated thing. that the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah. So then restate your claim, or sorry, your argument without using the word horizon. Just use the word horizontal. Because if they mean the same thing, identical, then A equals A. You could just put A. All A's are parallel to A. Therefore, A is parallel to A. Well, duh.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect arguments become tautologies of their own. In the way that they cannot be proved false. Which is why I call it the argument.
Okay, now that's great. So now we have a bunch of planes that are parallel to each other. Great. Now what?
Now we can relate measurements to those. Call them elevation.
Well, what orientation are the planes?
Horizontal.
What's horizontal?
Oh, God. Are you okay? This happens quite a lot. Like, I think a lot of people call it a reset. It's like we just press the reset button. What orientation of planes that are parallel through the use of the argument? I mean, this is one of the regulars. This is one of the leaders of this place. Okay.
Oh, I'm more than okay.
Brilliant.
I mean, is horizontal an abstract entity that exists in free space with a reference frame dependent observation to understand its orientation, or is it linked to a substructure? I mean, what is it, dude? Like what?
It's a usable, practical thing that we can use in reality, isn't it?
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why? Why is it useful?
Because you can reference things to it.
Oh, that's actually a very good use. So what type of reference would I use it for?
You'd use a horizontal and vertical reference frames, wouldn't you? 3D reality.
Excellent.
Well done. Well done, that man.
So if all planes are horizontal, right, that are horizontal, then if you have a horizontal plane,
are parallel.
right, they're parallel to each other, but they're all also horizontal necessarily, correct?
Dude, listen, all horizontal planes are parallel.
Correct.
Right, here we go. His first statement was all planes are horizontal. Like, false statement.
Yes, but still, if horizontal planes are parallel, it means that they have the same orientation.
Yeah.
Therefore, they are horizontal.
Yeah.
And it means that they are, an argument that they are parallel, all of them, or one of them,
Yeah.
at least one of them is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
He had a problem with what the plane of the horizon was. Like, now we're into just parallel planes, and it seems like he's still struggling to work out like what's going on, the relationships that we can make from this logical statement. Now you can place it as your next premise, right? You can take this and move on with it. He doesn't seem to be able to do that. It's weird. Makes all of them both horizontal and parallel to each other. It's quite an easy, simple statement. I don't know whether you're actually hearing the words that are coming out my mouth.
Oh, well, dude, if you define horizontal planes as parallel, right? Then of course they're parallel. That's their definition.
No. So sorry, he's wrong. They are not parallel because you defined them as such.
It's like I didn't define them.
They are by necessity. It is by necessity. And he was talking about proof by necessity before.
Yeah.
It is implication by necessity. If they have the same orientation, it doesn't matter, in fact, which orientation it is. We can talk about vertical planes.
Yeah, what he's missing the geometric component, right? That's in there in the background, right? It's taken as a necessity, right? But he doesn't seem to. He doesn't take it as an implication, right? That there is in the background a geometric process to back this thing. Like, so it's not just a statement that we're making about parallels and the necessity of them being parallel to each other, right?
Yeah,
I should really have brought that out, right? But I thought because he'd been in it for so long, right, that was not needed. But maybe next time, you know, it might be a good idea to take them through the entire thing. But I don't know whether he's just that argumentative. He's not going to get it. It's like his mind's clouded. I bet he doesn't drink distilled water. You might be able to let us know. Yes, they are defined. It's not me. I'm not defining them. I'm saying horizontal planes are defined as being parallel to the plane
So
of
why
the horizon.
why is it useful? Give me a practical example in reality I could use this for.
Have you ever heard of differential leveling?
Oh yeah, I do it.
He does it. He does it. I thought he was a surveyor. I might not have been correct about that.
Okay, but if he does that, so why he's asking such questions?
I don't know. It's like, it's so strange, isn't it? Like, why they ask questions to say that they've already done it. Like, why not? You should teach, really. I think if you've got the knowledge, then you should be out there teaching rather than doing this. Right, well, there you go. You're using parallel horizontal planes to measure the elevation change of the land, aren't you?
Absolutely. Now, if I level a piece of land, what orientation is it?
Yes, it does. It gets that sad. Sorry, people have to go through this. I might skip a bit. I don't know.
I'm not being facetious. If I level a piece of land, what orientation is it?
Doing differential leveling? When you mean level it, do you mean just take the measurements of the elevation points, or do you mean like you get in a bulldozer and?
Well, I want to understand.
I want to know whether you're a surveyor or a bulldozer driver. I don't know.
Well, look, I want to build a building, right? And I want to make a level foundation, so I need a level piece of land. I want to level the land, right? So once I'm done leveling the land, once I'm done leveling the land.
Are you a surveyor, a landowner?
Okay, once I'm done leveling the land,
an architect.
Once I'm done leveling the land, we'll get there. Don't worry. Once I'm done leveling the land, what orientation is it?
Right, yeah, I'm sorry for anybody that has to go through this thing, but this is one of the higher ranking people at, I think, 24/7. I think, you know, like it's a guest room on the politics server. And no doubt, you know, a lot of people have to get put through this. This is, I don't know. I don't know where we got to, because we seem to be sort of agreeing that all the horizontal planes are parallel and like level is horizontal, and now he's gonna level some land and then ask me what the orientation is of it. I mean, for real, this is 2024. This is cutting edge shit. This is where we've come to. I mean, you know, years of study, convincing ourselves with belief.
Yeah, and if you imagine, you know, being
Anybody?
in this arena.
Bueller?
Oh, sorry, is that Air Bear in the elder?
Yes, whatever comes out. I was just thinking, you know, yeah, you know, if you imagine, I nodded off a bit, but not because you were boring, long day. Yeah, I mean, if you imagine, you know, being in this arena and you don't have, you know, the mental acuity that you've got and the understanding that you've got, you know, for somebody coming in, because this happens on all sorts of levels, this round and round nonsense questions, you know, on all sorts of levels.
Yeah.
And this, you know, this bit for me was stunning. You know, holding your course with this, but you know, yeah, this is a difficult path to tread if you haven't really got your you know your information for yourself at any level.
I come from a very privileged position, right? The Logos has sorted out that, yeah, I've done 2 years of training in surveying. So I'd already done it. And then I came into this arena and somebody said, what are you doing talking about surveying and stuff? Like, have you ever done any surveying? And I thought for a second and I thought, yes, I have. You know, in that bit of life way back, like I actually have. And I went to go and look. Yes, my certificate has a standalone land surveying certificate. Basic, but a standalone. And we had to pay a little bit of money to do that. So, yes, I've done it. And beyond that, I've actually done it, you know, recently within this arena. I've done it to learn how to work with the new equipment and, you know, place the mobile phone on the auto level. So I've took it out. We've quite often been in here of a weekend and we've been out there in the middle of a field somewhere, me and my lads. We went out with Spot On and we did this Realising Euclid Tests. We've been out to the beach with Spot On, DP, can't remember who else. We've been to Bedford Levels with Bloods, Spot On, DP, my lads. You know, we've literally done it. And I don't know how many other people there are within this arena that have actually done it. But I know that AI Overlord, he'll try doing this with anybody. And if you haven't got any experience in it, then like, how do you answer him? Like, what? He's talking nonsense anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I see it on all sorts of levels of people getting crushed because they don't know something or they get confused. I mean, he's just come from some metaphysical question about the essence of the universe, basically, to then saying he wants to level some land and he's using it. But what, you know, he uses it to level this land, a builder, surveyor, whatever he became all of a sudden. You know, so all that semantics and stuff was just...
It's just imagination, right? You can tell instantly that what he's got and his argument is all imaginary. He's imagining something that he's never really done. He's just imagining us levelling land. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's doing with it. He doesn't even know what he... You know, like, I don't know what he's imagining. Because this thing that he's doing is an imaginary argument. Yeah. Who could put themselves in that place? His mind sounds broken.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was all to be the winner. And that was his attempt to be the winner, to crush you and put you down so that we can move on to the next whatever guy comes in and talks some inane rubbish. Yeah, but you've also got to experience it to see that level of broken mind, really, and work your way through it. And listen to that and how that happened and how he came from that his beginning point. Because I kind of thought he's talking from the globe or something. He's trying to break you down, and then he comes to something that's really basic. It's just very interesting. Yeah. But for those people who attempt to find their way through this minefield and have a discussion about honesty and truth, it's a very difficult thing. Very difficult. Yeah, even for some of the simpler questions. Anyway, thank you.
Play a bit more.
What are you asking? Once you level the
Once I'm
land,
done leveling the plot of land that I'm going to build on, what orientation is it?
well, it's not vertical, is it?
Dude,
Levels horizontal, dude. Like, I
There
thought
you
you
go.
said you were a
Okay,
surveyor.
perfect,
You were a
perfect.
surveyor, a builder.
Right. So I leveled a piece of land, I flattened it out, and it's horizontal, correct? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Did you roll it? Did you get a roller on it?
For the love of God, I leveled it and I flattened it out.
Yeah.
What orientation is it?
And then afterwards, did you check to make sure you were precise enough to be able to call it level?
Okay, I just told you I leveled it and flattened it. What orientation is it?
Well, it would be horizontal if you'd done it correctly, but I mean, that's presuming, because level is horizontal.
There you go. So now, look, you could fairly argue at
Right. I'm not too sure whether AI is aware, but we've basically spent 5-6 years here just pointing out that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right? So it's not really telling us something that we don't really know. Like, we do actually know this. You could probably say that this server here on the level Discord server has probably done the most study into level and horizontal that could be done. And I'm not joking. Deadly serious. So yeah, well done, AI Overlord. I think you get it to the bottom of this pretty soon.
ad infinitum into precision. That's a fair argument. However, in the real world,
it's not an argument.
we can't do anything
that would
perfect.
just be me sort of being precise, right? Because obviously you've got superiors that come and check, that make sure that you're doing your work properly.
Right? That's fine. That's fine. But the point is that there's tolerances, correct? In practicality, right?
I don't know. Is that what tolerances do your superiors stick to? You know more than me.
Yeah, dude. Dude, in everything you build, there's tolerances because you can't do anything perfect. So if you have a level, flat, horizontal piece of ground, right?
Peace.
And that's the way that Earth is oriented, and you have an equilibrium of forces that you can literally take your level, and it'll sit horizontal and show that it's level, right?
Yeah, do you think you could measure it flat?
Oh, yeah.
What would those measurements look like?
0.
So do you think measuring nothing is actually a measurement?
Yeah, you measure no variation in the vertical plane.
But I could measure nothing, like right here where I am right now, couldn't I?
Like, listen, if you have a level, flat, horizontal thing, and you measure.
Do you like that? Could anybody else want to attempt measuring nothing? Does that make it flat? If you make a measurement of nothing, is that measuring it flat? making no measurement. Try it. Try measuring nothing. And then, apparently, that's a measurement of flat. AI Overlord 2024.
Measure it in the vertical plane, right? It's going to come up 0.
There you go. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is a measurement of 0 a measurement?
Well, yeah, it's a measurement of no variation in the
It's like a
vertical.
measurement of no measurement is actually a measurement. It sounds like a brain twist sort of thing, doesn't it?
What are you talking about, dude?
Well, it sounds like a nonsense.
Yeah, your nonsense, bro. Anybody who builds understands this quite simply. It's not that complicated.
Okay, everyone with us?
Yes, I understand. So it means that if it is no measurement, or 0 measurement from horizontal, it means that we are on horizontal. Okay, so what?
Measurement of flat. No vertical change. A measurement of nothing in the vertical.
Yeah, nothing in vertical, yes. On horizontal plane.
Well, no, a measurement of nothing. He doesn't say in reference to another point in the elevation, reference to another point, a measurement of nothing. No. No, this is literally just a measurement of nothing in the vertical. That's proof of flat. That's the flat measurement. That's the flat measurement that you're after. It's a measurement of nothing. It's impressive. Because, if you could say with like Euclid and all of that sort of stuff, if you were to have an auto level, right, and you were to have an equal measurement, not a measurement of nothing, an equal measurement, then you could say that is on the horizontal plane. But that would still be a measurement that's equal. He's talking about a measurement of nothing. That's different, isn't it?
But in defense of him, I could say that maybe he thinks about measurement from horizontal. And he said that would be no deviation from that horizontal.
Yeah, but let's say you've got your auto level set up and you're looking at the measuring rod and you're reading 1 meter. Right? That is a measurement of a meter.
Yeah.
That's not a no measurement. That is an actual measurement. And if you were to have something in the similar elevation of the ground, it would read also 1 meter.
Yes.
Right. So you could have an equal measurements. That's why I like the use of this Euclidean wordage.
Yes, and by the way, you said before that it would be equal elevation.
Mm-hmm.
So equal elevation doesn't mean necessarily 0 elevation. As you said, 1 meter is 1 meter. So you are going through the run and you have still one reading 1 on vertical datum, and you are going another piece of land and you have still 1 meter reading. Therefore, all 3 readings are 1 meter on the same plane. It means that they don't deviate from horizontal and they are equal.
Yeah, the measurements are the same, not that there's no measurement.
Yeah.
So, I'd say if people wanted to, improve their argument or improve their game, then this would be one of those things. Don't say a no thing is a thing, because it sounds like a nonsense. AI, he's been around for quite a few years, obviously. experience within the building trade or within the building argument, I presume. I don't know. That people are experienced in this.
When you told him his measurement was nonsense, he sounded to me like he flipped it back on you, like it was you that was bringing up the nonsense.
Oh, that's an ability people have. Call it shifting the blame.
Or it is called also projection.
Projection, yeah. So you a builder then?
Okay, let's be clear. A plane has no value.
So I'm asking him if he's a builder because I quite like builders, and it's dead easy to talk to somebody who's in a trade or something because you can talk to them differently. You can use real language, and it's pretty obvious that AI Overlord isn't really one of those people. Unfortunately, he appears to be a long time flat Earth debater or flat Earth Society guy. I don't know.
Perpendicular to the plane.
That's why we talk about the
All
plane of the
measurements are
horizon
points
being
on the
horizontal.
plane. Right.
Yeah. So any deviance from the plane would make it not a plane, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So in reality, when we do measure a change, then that would be measuring a deviance from the plane. But that horizontal would be established above the ground, wouldn't it?
Oh, you can establish it anywhere. Just because the ground's in your way doesn't stop you.
Well, no, I'm
You
saying
just kick the ground out
when
of
we
the way.
do our surveying, right, that horizontal that we're referencing the measurements to, that's above the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's the question. If you're above the ground, how do you get a horizontal to begin? Where does it come from? Anyone?
Good question.
It's the only question.
That was an impressive question, wasn't it? The only question. Where does the horizontal that you establish above the ground, where does it come from?
I would say from outer level.
From the level,
or
exactly.
water level.
Yeah. From whatever tool you choose to, like, I don't know
Carpenter's
what
level.
he thinks. He's just said some profound statement there or something, doesn't he? He's waiting for an applause of people to go, yeah, I've never thought of that. But no, you just use the tool, and that's where you get the horizontal from.
Yeah, the tool which establishes horizontal. Yes.
Yeah, but they want to all call
done,
that
guys.
tool the Earth.
Yeah. Well done, guys. I like that. Thank you very much. The tool, you tool, should be the the actual answer, but you try and be polite. It is AI.
Can you repeat it, please? I've just popped in.
So we're trying to establish a level, horizontal, flat plane, right? For a baseline of my building. Right?
Flat in there,
and since the ground is an imperfect place to start, obviously, you need a reference, right? To get a level from which to level the ground. So where's that coming from? Because you're pulling it off the ground. That way there's no impedance of the ground. So where's the level coming from?
You establish it within the auto level or whatever, above the ground.
Yeah, but what is establishing it?
The tool.
Well, Bob?
Tool's called a level.
You could.
See, you guys there? You guys that said the tool is now, well, yeah, you could. Bit of goalpost shifting, right? That wasn't what he was looking for. I don't know what he was looking for, but...
I have no idea,
Yeah.
yes, because it is obvious that you have tools to establish horizontal. And the very fact that they establish horizontal plane, the case is closed.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You would think so. But
yes,
AI's been around for a few years. He can go a bit deeper into this. I don't know why. Like
tools are establishing horizontal plane or they are not.
Mm-hmm.
So if they are not...
That is a dichotomy, right?
If they are not, so why surveyors use them?
Yeah.
For what purpose, if they don't? Or they are doubtful tools. Maybe sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It doesn't work that way.
It's quite often I do wonder what we are doing, having these discussions, right? For what purpose? What's the sufficient reason of us having to have these conversations? Remember, I started to deal with a straight line, and somehow we've gone through I was trying to help Nathan Oakley really get onto the server. And now we're talking about AI Overlord and his ideas about how to establish horizontals. And I don't think he's ever used one of these tools. He says he does, but I'm not convinced. I'm definitely not convinced, because you can normally tell when somebody has actually used the tools. Changes, you can hear them. They know something. And AI doesn't seem to know. Yeah, we have tools called levels.
Yeah, you got levels, you got plumb bobs, but they all do a particular thing. What is it that they do?
Find the horizon.
The what?
Serious. This is a schooling
Define
session. A plumb
No,
bob
hold
will
on. Let him
establish
say
a
what he's gonna say.
vertical, and a level, a tool called a level, will establish a horizontal plane of reference. Now, both of them is above the ground, unless you want to go under the ground
how do
through
they
like
operate,
mines
then?
and
How
stuff
do they
like
operate?
that.
How do they operate?
Usually they require an operator, somebody to measure either vertical or horizontal distances in practical reality.
No. How do they operate in themselves? In order for you to trust that a level's doing anything for you, or that a plumb bob's doing anything for you, you have to understand the principles on which they function. Otherwise, they're useless.
Or meta.
Yeah, what is it about
You need to
a plumb
understand the
bob and a
meta
level?
to a plumb bob.
Absolutely. What is it about a plumb bob and a level that makes them useful?
Has anybody got any idea? What's he talking about? What is it that he wants me to say? Because he seems like he's trying to lead to something, but
yes, he's trying.
I'm unsure what he's trying to do or where he's trying to go. Couldn't help him. I'm literally lost listening to him. I don't know what he's trying to do.
For me, it was like, you were both, in some kind of rarefied air, kind of higher up on the mountain, free climbing, no ropes, and you're both progressing up the mountain, and then he slipped, and he fell down on that shaly stuff and slid down the mountain, and he managed to grab hold of a tree as he passed by, and he held on, and he took a breath for a bit, went into his builder's level and wandered there in his mind a bit, and now he's pulled himself together, and thinks he can climb again now, because he's thinking, got something about this, the essence of a plumb bob. That's where I'm going, and he thinks he can now climb again. He'll attempt to climb. I
have a disagreement. I have a disagreement. It sounded to me like he wanted to put some mistrust or cause some lack of faith in the ability of the tool.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, for me, he was scrabbling for something in my mind, because I'm at the same time as I'm listening to this, I'm answering the questions in my own head too, and thinking, "Oh, well, shit, what would I say now? How would How do you get? Yeah, how would you answer this? And sometimes I don't have it, but I'm clinging on, and then it becomes a bit clear, and then you can follow the story again and you picture it, and I think, okay, yeah, right. And then when he came down to the builder's level, for me, it was like he's come down to earth. It's something familiar, something I knew where he was. This other place he was, yeah, metaphysics. Who is God kind of question.
Yeah, he's gone meta, and I don't know
Yeah.
what he's after now. Like literally, he's
Yeah.
in some beyond place, and I'm not with him. I don't know where he is.
Yeah. Sometimes these arguments, if you don't know the terminology or the language somewhere, you kind of have to suspend your understanding of the story and go along with it in a bit of darkness and the fog, and then you pick up again on something. It's a bit like nodding off in the middle of a movie, that kind of thing, and then you wake up suddenly, you say, how the hell did he get to there? What, you say, did you fall asleep? Yeah, I must have missed 20 minutes of this, and then you find something familiar and off you go again, trying to cling to the whole argument and understand it fully is an art in itself somehow. Yeah, and just witnessing this was very interesting.
Yeah, like Mishu says in the chat, right? He says it's tactics that have been tried on others and they worked. That's why these nonsensical questions are right. They've literally been practicing this for years, day in, day out, in these rooms, daytime, nighttime. Imagine the amount of people that have come through and the amount of times these conversations have been had about the horizon, horizontals, and like all of that stuff. There's not much topics, there's not that many topics within this arena, so these things have gone around and around and around, and they've been made circular through nonsense.
Yeah, it kind of adds clarity to my earlier kind of comment about that, about this arena and the pot of stuff they can pull out to try and bamboozle people with. Like you say, it's gone round and round. They've used this on other people and it's worked. And they've put another little notch on the bedpost and, rubbed their nails on their shirts.
It just convinces them it's a good argument, right? If people don't reply, right? Because, especially when somebody says a load of nonsense, basically you don't know how to reply because you don't know what the reply should be. But they take that as a win with their nonsense.
Yeah.
He's right. All you've got to do is go in there and listen to him for a bit. At first, sometimes when you come into this, at first, you can imagine that you don't understand what's going on. And you might be mistaken into thinking that these people are on another level because you just can't grasp the concepts that they're talking about. But just be aware of the possibility that they could be talking nonsense.
Yeah.
And you just can't comprehend it. Like nobody can comprehend nonsense. So you might not be the one that's at fault just because you don't understand what some people are saying. There's a possibility, there's the likelihood that they are talking nonsense.
Yeah, because as you're free climbing, you've left all these footholds, what there's called as metal pitons or something like that when you're climbing. You bang little metal pegs into the rock face. Well, that's what I'm climbing on. You're free climbing with nothing, but you're leaving these little pegs in the rock, and marks where the handholds are. You can look above and say, oh, he put his hand in there. So I'm kind of climbing up behind you, in my mind. Sometimes I'm slipping, sometimes I don't see it and get lost. But also, maybe 2 months ago, I'd never considered any of this. I was just as blind as what you were describing there, 2 months ago, walking into this room and thinking, gee, what the hell are they talking about?
Bear, that was a great analogy. I feel like, Bev's got these posts and he's sticking them up the mountainside for us, and we're following along, climbing up.
Yeah.
That's
That's
genius.
That was what was so moving for me today. It was really literally that I was able to, climb a little higher. Sometimes I slipped, didn't quite understand it, but when I look back and think 2 months ago, I never considered any of this. I didn't know anything about it. I mean, honestly, I recognize it, I remember things, and things come to you because somewhere you know it. But I didn't have any of these concepts 2 months ago at all. Never thought about Euclid, the geometry, horizons, parallels, verticals, perpendiculars. None of this stuff, and it's
logic.
Logic. But I have it. I know I have it. Because that's how you recognize it. It's there. But the light that's been shone in my life, it's been incredible. It's very moving. Personally. I don't know for anybody else, but personally for me, and maybe I get a bit sort of evangelistic about my hey, praise the Lord, I found the light, that kind of thing, inside me, But I know other people will be doing the same thing as I am, or could do, or have done. That's wonderful thing. Anyway, don't need to listen to me rambling.
Brenda's sending me tweets. Must be listening. Must be out there listening to the argument. The reference frames, vertical and horizontal.
Yes, they orient themselves to the reference of the realm in which we live, which all things are referenced to.
I said that, like I said it earlier, the horizontal distance will be the shortest distance between 2 points.
Huh?
If you get 2 points in reality, equal, if not at an equal elevation on the horizontal, then there will be a longer line because that line will become the hypotenuse.
Because if you're looking at them at 3 stacks, they'd be going diagonal. If you put them into
through rise over run, right? So therefore, horizontal is a necessary shortest distance between 2 points. Right, I think this now is one of the conceptual things, right? If you had to have ask yourself some questions about this shortest distance, right? This is, I quite like this.
Right. So how does absolutely. So how does a
that's why the baseline that we started off at has to be on a horizontal and measured accurately.
Absolutely.
That distance.
So when you have a
straight line distance,
when you have a level, what are the parts of a level?
Right, I don't know what he's doing. I think he's struggling with the mental thing, right? But so if you're listening, Buster, he's going to do this little bit and then go up to a horizontal and vertical, and I think that'll be the time when we were getting ready to round up. Busters, we've got a live Buster exclusive. So again, that'll be in, I don't know how long, Buster, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that, I think. Hopefully not too much longer. Point A and point B.
What?
Yeah.
The parts of a level are point A and point B?
Yeah,
what the
equal elevation.
How do you know they're equal elevation?
Because they're level. That's
And how do you know that?
How do you know level?
Well, and look, in your hypothetical, you define them as such. So let's go to the real world where you actually have to tool these things and not just guess, right? So what tool are you going to use? We already established a level. That's what I'm talking about, a tool. How does that tool work? What are the parts and what do they do?
Okay, there's a
Yeah, what do they
tube
do?
and some water, preferably distilled water.
What? You think they got water in there, bro?
For my favorite tool.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you hold on? Are you talking about a water level or at like a builder's level?
No, a water level.
Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead then. My mistake.
Point A and point B, the points that you want to establish as being in equal elevation. You would use a water level. You would put one of the water levels at point A.
Should say altitude.
One of the ends
Fix that.
at the
I've got it in my head.
And
Keep
move another
saying
one
elevation.
to the
Equal
other position that
altitude.
you want to establish an equal elevation. Pretty simple.
Okay, perfect. So is the water itself level?
Those 2 points would be like the water.
Right.
Would be
So
the water.
just the surface points, just the surface that's at the tip of the
Not
tip
just
top
the
of the tube or
surface,
whatever.
but all of the points are an equal
No,
horizontal.
no, the only part you
below
can
would be
use
an
as a
equal
metric.
pressure state.
Yeah, fair. But the only point you can use as a metric is the surface of the water, right? Unless you create some other type of
For the water level, all you
dye.
really need is those 2 points at the surface.
Well, those are the only points you can use, correct?
Well, I mean,
generally.
you could use somewhere else, couldn't you? And tap in a pressure thing.
How?
By putting a diversion T-tap or whatever and establishing a pressure monitor or somewhere else along the line. I mean, you could do whatever you want. This is in reality, right? It's practical sort of shit.
Okay, so at each level, that water has reached a different equilibrium. At the surface, it's obviously reached a horizontal plane of equilibrium, right?
Equal elevation.
And then each pressure state below the surface, right? Each pressure state below the surface, you could say, is on the same plane as well. That would be pretty fair to say, I think.
Yeah. Straight lines. That's what it's all
Right.
about.
So the builder's level,
2024.
The builder's level works the same way, right?
Yeah. The question is measuring that straight line, measuring the Earth flat? And I'd say with a false dichotomy, yeah, you can make that measuring the Earth flat. You'd have to completely forget about the vertical. Or in fact, with Bob's, if you use it as a rebuttal to Bob's modus ponens, because Bob says any 2 points in any direction, you could say that vertically. You could literally measure a vertical straight line distance as a modus tollens to Bob's, the science guy's modus ponens.
I'm not familiar with what his is.
It's Bob, the science guy's done some brilliant. He had a video out called Flat Earth Logic.
No, you screwed up. Now. You screwed up. You just said Bob the science guy done something brilliant. That's where you done screwed up.
But you not even want to see it. You've got to see the brilliance in this. I'll get it. I'll put it in the chat for you. This is genuine. Mate, I truly believe Bob the science guy has done some of the best. We're trying to get him to close logic.
So it's like this, bro. If you claim that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? Yeah, and all those are parallel, and then you create 2 points and call them horizontal, right? And you use the equilibrium of water as that claim, right? Then you basically have said that the entire surface of the Earth that's covered with water, right, is on a similar plane.
goes up and
right?
down.
So
All the
therefore, it's a
horizontals,
plane.
but the water goes up and down. It's measured on the vertical data.
That don't
isn't it?
matter, dude.
Have a look in the chat over there. So did you see the implication he made then? The implication that if a water level establishes a horizontal plane, then the rest of the Earth is also. I mean, that's impressive.
I would disagree with him, but
yeah, I wouldn't
this is
agree. But I thought that's an impressive claim, right? A leap. Call it a leap of logic that he makes. Impressive. That's quite a bound.
This is a little fallacy, let's say, called jumping to conclusion. But yes, and it is non sequitur, by the way. But in this chat, in this video, there is Salar de Uyuni, this salt lake, or salt flat, or whatever it is called. So there you can say that this water is not changing elevation. There are no tides, no waves, or whatever. So you can say that this water is still and it creates plane. But this is not at the sea, of course. It's just lake. And you have to have special conditions to fulfill that requirement, because still water seeks level. And you can say that at this salt lake, it has achieved this position, let's say, to have this equilibrium, because he was talking about equilibrium. Okay. So we can have this something like equilibrium in this Salar de Uyuni. So you can say that at Salar de Uyuni, Salt Lake, we can have this still water, and it would create this level, let's say perfect level, or nearly perfect level.
And the entire body of that water would be in equilibrium.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we can definitely say that. There are things that we can say, and I don't think he's disagreed yet, but it's hard to tell, isn't it, by his tone or his technique of communicating. I think it's the way that he aggressively asks questions that he seems to already know the answer to. It's very strange.
I think that he is trying to find weak points. This is normal tactic of debaters. It doesn't matter if they are honest or dishonest. This is just normal tactic in debates. That opponent is seeking weak points in his opponent. So it is normal. So be just accommodate to. You have to accommodate to that. It's just how it goes.
He's scrabbling. He's found a foothold. That's all.
Bob.
Well, dude, if you're going to parse out the variations in the vertical, right?
Yeah, measured vertical change.
Oh, of course. Then you'd never be able to establish a horizontal.
You can establish a horizontal.
But how?
Like, certain points in a conversation, like, we seem to be going on and talking well. Like, let me just rewind that, just so you know, right? We were just discussing about how horizontals are, parallel established with tools and all that sort of stuff, and then we come to
About the variations in the vertical, right?
Yeah, measured vertical change.
Oh, of course. Then you'd never be able to establish a horizontal.
You can establish a horizontal.
How?
So now he's forgotten how to establish a horizontal.
He's
He
like
just established.
backpedaling. Yes, he don't know why.
It's strange, isn't it? Right? You talk about the reset. It's like, what occurred just then? What? How do you establish
No,
a
I'm dead
horizontal?
serious. You gave me
that.
the water level. You gave me the water level, but we all know that the surface of water, has all kinds of undulations in it, right?
Not water level.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened. Like, is somebody prodded him, sent him a message or something?
Water level that's why it is called water level, and it is not just surface of the water. It is water level with two ends, because you can get rid of these undulations with that water level. That's why it is used to get water still, and you have 2 points. So you don't need to bother with surface, and you don't need to bother with undulations. Oh, and now he's talking about surface and undulations.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's strange. Is the tool that you use for establishing equal elevations, a horizontal plane. There's no slope to a horizontal.
Are they?
There's no slope
is
to
the
a
two
water
ends of the
level.
water? Yeah, perfect. Is the two ends of the water level microscopically at the same elevation relative to each other on a plane reference?
Microscopic elevations. Yeah, same as Nathan Oakley.
So
Same thing.
Definitely, yes, they are. Yeah.
But because they are microscopic, therefore they are inside of a margin of error. So what's his argument? Really?
Yeah, it
You have to imagine that.
They put micrometers on the water level, so you can easily just say yes.
Yeah, I do point that out, right? And I don't know whether we're gonna get a chance to go all the way, because what time is it? It's half past. It's getting late. Yeah, I do point out.
5 o'clock.
I do point out.
4:30.
I do point out
only
later
4:30.
on. Yeah. I do point out later on that because they can measure, there's an accuracy of these water levels, like Rob says with the micrometer. You can get to a 50 millionth of an inch. Right now, that measurement isn't because that's how accurate the water level is. That's how accurate they can measure the water level. It's still the frame of reference is the water level. That's still the perfect. Right? We can only measure to these levels of accuracy. That's our problem. The water level is still the standard for horizontal. I don't understand why they keep going to this micrometer or whatever. So strange.
I don't think you're far off that point. But, for the audience, you imagine, they've been climbing up this mountain, free climbing. And this guy slipped down on the shale, and he's managed to grab hold of this tree, and he's gathered his kind of self together again. And he's now thinking he can climb again. He's asked these questions. But meanwhile, Bev is still high up on the mountain. He's found a little ledge. He's got his packed lunch out. And he's sitting up there with his sandwiches and his flask of tea, answering these questions from above, just nonchalantly. Yeah. Well, he's way below him, just trying to climb again.
Yeah, it's the most accurate. It's the most accurate means of elevation check that we have.
Okay, so it's just the most reduced accuracy, correct? It's not perfect, correct?
I've heard that you can get a 50 millionth of an inch accuracy with little needle things.
Oh, perfect. Well, that's not an infinity accuracy, so it's wrong.
Okay. That's not an infinity accuracy, so it's wrong. That sounds like
Yes.
How do you even measure infinity?
You cannot. Yes. So he said that if you can reach that level of accuracy that you cannot measure it, that would be good for him. It is just idiocy what he said. He doesn't realize that.
This is like the pound shop or the dollar shop version of his initial argument. He's just in the bottom of his pocket with his loose change now, trying to fish around for something.
Got
Oh,
a bit of
infinity!
fluff.
It's not infinity.
He's found.
Yeah.
He's gone
Oh,
to the
shit.
bottom of his
This'll do.
pocket and he's
This'll
found
do.
a
Will you take
nutter
this?
fluff piece of fluff
Will you
and gone.
take
I've
this?
got this.
This is all I got. Will you take
Yes,
this?
this is what he said. If you cannot measure it because it is infinite, therefore you can measure it. That would be the best measurement. Measurement impossible to do is the best measurement. This is what he said.
Yeah, this is a result of talking to globe Earth sophists. Sorry, dogmatic globe Earth sophists, and rebutting them, and then just copying them, and thinking it's a valid form of argument because that's all you've dealt with for years. You've perhaps generated this as some sort of an argument in your mind. I don't know. He might be listening. He might be in the chat. I'd advise against the but it's up to you. These are these are your rooms. These are your arguments. This is these are your people that they're listening to you in the chat in that room. There might have been 20, 30 people sat there listening to this.
Yeah. You could hear a pin drop.
Probably more over there listening than there is listening right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is one of the leaders of that community. Seems to be. I don't know what's the argument again?
Well, the argument is precision, right? Precision. Perfection.
And you don't think a 50 millionth of an inch is
No, dude, a
enough?
50 millionth of an inch on one side and a minus 50 millionth of an inch on the other side makes that a diagonal, not a horizontal.
No, so his argument that this is
Correct.
not perfect.
Well,
yes, that would be
that's just the
correct.
measurement, right? It doesn't mean that the actual water level isn't
Right. So now that I've proven that you have no mechanism
Just means
whatsoever
that
to
you can't
establish an
measure it.
ideal horizontal, your entire point is moot. Thank you for playing.
Okay, so
Can't
this
have a
is his
horizontal,
play.
Beth.
Well, I have to point out that doesn't. Yeah, sorry.
This is his play, but now he said ideal horizontal. You never mentioned ideal, and he never mentioned ideal. We have ideal in geometry, and drawings of ideal things are not ideal. These, if you draw a straight line in piece of paper, you are not drawing ideal straight line. You can say that ideal straight line is in that representation, but this representation is not ideal. But still, you were not talking about ideal, geometrically ideal horizontal. So what's his point? So he's moving goalposts here.
Well, not only that, like he's pointing out the 50 millionth of an inch, because you say that's how accurate they can measure, he assumes it's plus 50 millionth of an inch one end and minus 50 millionth at the other end. I mean, it isn't, it's the water level. But because he's imagined that he's got a slope, he measured that. That accuracy measurement is an accuracy measurement of a plus and a minus. I mean, where does he get that from? It's just a base assumption.
Yeah, and by the way, it is about measurement. It doesn't mean that this water would deviate.
Yeah,
from
that's
level.
what I mean. The water's
Yeah,
the perfect. The water's the standard. The accuracy that we can measure it to is the 50 millionth of an inch.
Tyson.
Oh, come on, Rob. Doesn't mean that the surface of the water is perfectly horizontal. It just means we can't measure it, but we can measure it up to a 50 millionth of an inch. If they have better technology, they might be able to get closer.
Well, maybe, but then until then, it's a pipe being an ideal.
The water.
Okay, until then, it's an ideal concept.
The water level is the ideal, right? That's the point about what we're dealing with here. Nobody's saying that the water level slopes. The water level is the ideal. That ideal that you're thinking of in the Platonic thing, that is expressed by the water level. You've got nothing else. Sorry. But there is nothing other than or more accurate than the water level. What else do you imagine you could go to?
You cannot. So why he is appealing to these measurements? And we know that we cannot measure even ideal thing with ideal measurement. So you cannot say that something is ideal using not ideal measurement. It is impossible. So he is stating impossibility here.
Yeah.
And I called it idiocy, and it is still idiocy, because you cannot prove things which are impossible that they are impossible. It is just nonsense. I'm talking about his logic, where he is going. It is illogical position where he goes. Because if he is stating that you cannot establish, you cannot measure ideally, his point is that therefore you can doubt that it is ideal. No. You can only doubt in your measurement. But principle that water seeks level is still true. So it means that it is seeking level. And at these conditions where there are no winds, no pressure differences, etc., as in water level, this would be achieved by water in water level 2. It doesn't matter that we cannot measure it ideally. It is still a fact.
Yeah, a straight line drawn between those 2 points would be horizontal, because that's what we call a horizontal. Right? Not because it is. Like, we get the level, we establish 2 points at an equal elevation. The most accurately you can do that is with a water level. And you draw a straight line between the two, and that's called a horizontal. There is zero slope to both the level and horizontal, because they're established by each other.
And that line will be, by necessity, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a group package, isn't it? They just are together. They're elemental. They come as a package, and you can guarantee them always being as they are together. With those relationships, you can say that quite confidently. And nobody would do you for misinformation. You couldn't be. Water is an actuality that we can't get to measure. We can't get that accurate.
I mean, dude, that's your claim so far. So far, your claim relies on future proof. So now in the future, when they have this magic technology, then we'll know for sure. But until then, we don't, right?
Future proof. It's like future stuff. Like in a few years' time, they'll develop the proof of the statements that we're making.
No,
Well,
this
now
is appealing to the future. It is bad argument, really bad argument.
The future's just around the corner. You'll
Yeah.
see.
I say I have proof, but it depends on what you.
Dude,
Want
your
to
proof
call that.
exists in an ideal conceptual state.
Proof, yeah.
You haven't validated intangible reality yet.
Proof.
All of you've proved to me is that within a certain variance, you can claim a general horizontal, not an exact horizontal. Because from what I gather, you have the probability of it being diagonals. So you can't
he's
what's
just
the
wrong.
probability? Like, what
No.
probability has he got of it being diagonals?
Okay, so he is trying maybe to use quantum physics, and but doing this is revealing how stupid this quantum physics is, because it is what it is, and it is no probability of water seeking level. Water seeks level, and at certain conditions, it will achieve this state and will not move from that state. It is not probability. It is fact. We are going into ontology. It is or not is, to be or not to be. It doesn't work that it is probably a level. This is just nonsense.
actually tell me
Diagonal
whether the
reference to
realm is
what?
arranged horizontally or diagonally.
Diagonally reference to what? What, mate?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was really poetic to me. Yeah. That point, reached that point where he presented the 50 millionth minus and plus slope, and he thought he'd got it, and he was proud of himself that he'd recovered his initial question, where the fuck is the horizontal? And then you said, but reference to what? How did you measure that slope?
Yeah.
With the magic horizontal.
Yeah.
It was like the coup de grace. I was walking, I think I was on the beach, and I went, yes. It was brilliant. Yeah, just that point of just his
like
whole argument. Well,
he's got an argument, he's developed an argument, but then he's forgot about the point of the argument, and he's developed some way to fight against it, but he's forgot that he's actually using the thing he's trying to fucking get rid of as his reference frame. And I think a lot of people do that. They're blinded by don't know, I'd call it anger or whatever, but they're blinded by the direction they already want to go. Their path's already been laid out.
Yeah, well, when he grabbed hold of a tree, and he gathered himself, he was gathering another attack, he's looking for something, a way out, a win. And then it kind of got into a sort of level of chess, where he just, when that 50 millionth slope he developed was this piece that he moved on the chessboard that he looked across thinking he got checkmate. And he missed this space that he hadn't considered. And then you moved the place, moved your piece, and he thought, oh no. Yeah, the horizontally claimed in the beginning you couldn't actually achieve was actually needed to measure his 50 millionth slope anyway. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah,
you're welcome. That's what happens when you go down the pedantist precision little avenue. You find out that your idealistic claims aren't actually validated in tangible reality yet. Now, intuitively, I would agree with you, but precisely, I've done validated that you can't prove that it's not a diagonal.
Well,
So
what
go ahead and
about-
keep making your claim.
What about if somebody was going round confidently stating that the Earth was measured flat? Would you have a similar sort of rebuttal about, him measuring that, since he is measuring the straight line?
Oh, well, I would demand that they parse all their terms so I could understand what they mean by that. So I wouldn't make the jump to the gun assumption that they're saying the Earth is smooth.
Right, so there you go. Theo would do exactly the same thing to the leaders of the community if they were saying it's measured flat. I think like 50 millionth of an inch isn't good enough. It's an infinite, like how could you possibly measure it flat if you can't establish a horizontal? He's dug himself a little bit of a problem hole, let's say, with his own argument, and especially to the leaders of the community like Nathan Oakley. I'm trying to facilitate, how Nathan Oakley can measure it flat, and Theo seems to be putting up barriers for Nathan Oakley. Can't even establish horizontal, apparently.
Right? Because some people use the term flat to mean smooth, and some people use the term flat to mean orientation. For example, laid out flat, which is parallel to horizon, which is essentially a synonym for horizontal. So if somebody told me the Earth was flat, I wouldn't be a pedantic asshole to them and say, well, no, it isn't because it's not perfectly smooth. I would dare not do something that dumb.
You were seeking precision not so long ago.
I know.
Where's your horizontal?
He can't have horizontal, and now he's saying
nothing
that his level of flat is horizontal, but he can't
that'll
have
do.
it.
Yeah, smooth will do.
No, he
For
wouldn't
those
be
sort of clouds
pedantic
in the
as to
metaphor.
say smooth. I mean, he'd be precise and say that you can't measure it exactly enough.
Yes, so the problem with the sophistry is that sometimes sophists are killing their own counter arguments.
Yeah.
Because, and we have example of that. Because if he is accusing you that you cannot have this water level, it will not establish a horizontal plane or line. The same thing is with his flatness of flat Earth. And by the way, he's eager to ignore mountains. At the same time, when he's seeking for microscopic undulations in water level, this is just dishonesty. What? Just double standard. Let's say double standard.
Yeah, you've placed a fallacy within your own argument, haven't you? You've found yourself arguing for a failing of your own argument, or another argument from somebody else.
Yeah.
So would you say, like, if he was measuring something to within a 50 millionth, would that be all right if he was measuring it flat to a 50 millionth of an inch?
Well, look, we all live in reality, right? And that's where we operate. We don't live in ideals.
Yeah. Because
so intuitively, I generally understand the Earth.
An accurate.
What's that?
Would you call a vertical change like an accurate, like the most accurate, like, what do you reckon? Right, now this is the bit, right? This is the bit that I quite like. All of that other stuff is just, fluff. This part now, right? This is the real thinky part. Have a think of this, what I'm just about to say here now. The most accurate, do you reckon that would be a horizontal distance or a vertical distance?
Well, hold on, go again.
If you were measuring accuracy within reality, do you think you'd be able to measure the distance between 2 points more accurately, or the change in elevation between those 2 points more accurately?
I mean, if you just want to do a linear distance, I think the linear distance would be easier. primarily because most linear.
Okay, so you've got 2 points. At linear distance would be easier. What's the other distance?
I don't know, but still, I think that you are asking him about this inaccuracy in measurement. That would be vertical inaccuracy. So,
well, the question actually is that, right, if you've got 2 points in space, then in order for you to measure accurately the distance between those 2 points because if you think about it, right, just 2 points in space, you've got that distance, the actual distance, from point A to point B.
He said linear though.
Yeah, no,
which means a straight line.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know whether he said the linear distance would be easier to measure, and I can't think of any other.
Yeah, the straight line distance.
Yeah. I can't think what the other distance is, so I don't know what he was saying that would be easier. But right, you've got the actual distance between those 2 points, but then you've also got the horizontal distance between those 2 points and the vertical distance between those 2 points in reality, right? So there's 3 distances there. The way I'm looking at it, right? Now the question is, do you imagine of those 3 distances, which is the most accurate within those 3 different distances? How could you measure accurately, and which would be the most accurate of those measurements? The hypotenuse, the run, or the rise? Obviously, I've given it away because I've already said that one of them you can measure to a 50 millionth of an inch. And that wouldn't be very hard at all. So that's the question, really. Can either of those other distances be measured more accurately than a 50 millionth of an inch? Or two?
Yeah, the vertical measurement off of the horizontal seems like it would be the most accurately measured in my head. I'm just doing this as a picture in my mind.
Yeah, that's because that tool that does that particular measurement, you would be able to use a water level. And a water level tool is perhaps the most accurate way of us measuring any particular distance. And that would be a distance within the vertical all the time.
But also my baseline distance, I think, could be measured accurately. Because you can have a micrometer measuring tape, no?
Well, I mean, you're talking like say a meter.
Like
how
just
accurately could you measure to a meter?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Yeah. Because like if we have a meter stick that is micrometered somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But again, it's pedantic, right? Because you're getting down to a 50 millionth of an inch. I can't even imagine that myself. But, you know, that's what's claimed. It's done with like needle points onto the surface of water. The highly accurate tools. But I don't know for length distance. I don't know. Don't know how you could match the water level in that respect.
Your distances on surfaces are connected to the surface, right?
Well, I mean,
so you have the surface to use.
If you've got 2 points in reality, imagine in a scientific lab or mathematical lab, right? In school, just 2 points. You'd need to know 2 variables at least, wouldn't you? Now, the question is, which one of those 2 do you reckon you could measure the most accurately? Or would you just consider the distance between those 2? And how would you know that? Like that's
Oh
the
no,
question.
man!
It's a mathematics
I
question.
mean, if you just want distance, if you purely want distance between 2 points, then whichever way they're oriented is the way they're oriented, and you just take the distance.
You just measure straight out
But if
the
you're going to
distance.
make it, if you're going to make it mean anything in relation to other objects in terms of orientation, you would have to put them into a matrix of horizontal and vertical. So you'd have to assume the existence of the horizontal in order to put them in any meaningful information state.
Yeah, and then the question comes, which one of those do you reckon that horizontal distance would be more accurate, or do you reckon the vertical distance would be more accurate?
Well, do you mean compressing all the y-axis first into like an assumed horizontal?
I don't know. You said earlier about like your standards of accuracy. So I'm saying, like, if in these measurements that we would be making, do you assume that the horizontal distance would be more accurate, or the vertical distance would be a more accurate measurement? Bear in mind, I have just given away the accuracies of a tool that measures elevation changes. How accurate do you reckon you could measure a horizontal distance?
Most horizontal measurements are longer than most vertical measurements that people take for all practical uses. So the smaller you get, the more variables you're going to have, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't you measure the vertical distance? You said the smaller you get, the more variables you have.
He's going into quantum physics. Yeah, this is just nonsense. Because it, of course, you have margin of error, and the longer distance you have, the more the less accurate you are. Not the opposite. So that would be for me another nonsense.
Yeah, we are living in upside down land, though, aren't we? Really, because everything seems backwards in the minds of some people. It's over the same parameters. You'd need both, really, wouldn't you? Like I say, this is what I say. You'd need both the horizontal and the vertical to measure the most accurate total distance.
Yeah, you need, well, if you're going to measure, well, yeah, of course.
Right, so I'm just saying, which ones you reckon is more accurate whenever you imagine actually measuring these?
It depends on your tools.
And which do you reckon is the most accurate tool for measurement? That's what I was saying. That's basically where we're getting at.
Well, the most accurate tool on a plane, right, that has physics would be the thing that let's see, most accurate tool for measuring a horizontal base would be water.
And there we are.
There you have it.
We came full circle to a mutual understanding. There is still another hour or so of that, but I don't think there's much need for us to go over it. I can put it out. It'll be out for the members only, so enjoy all of these conversations. Please do. And remember that I do this, so you don't have to. But I mean, please go and try it. Have a conversation with these people. Strange places to go into these arenas, because you never really know what you're going to meet.
I'm really sorry. My phone died as I was in mid-sentence. And I don't even remember what I was saying now, but I'm back.
I know, I know you say you do these things so other people don't have to, but while you're doing these things, you're also making it possible for other people to do them, that they can do them.
Yeah, he's sticking the spikes in the mountainside for us.
Yeah. Until you don't need them anymore yourself, and you can free climb. Because in the south, in France, in Fontainebleau, south of Paris, there are all these menhirs, these big rocks, a bit like Asterix and the Gaul carry around. There's a place where there's just lots of them, and people come from all over the world to climb them, and they're graded, and they have scores for climbing. They're free climbing. All they've got is just their hands, maybe a good pair of, they're like skin type shoes, really, with some grip on them, and a little bag on the back, a little leather bag with some chalk dust in. And that's it. And that's how I saw you climbing that mountain, getting some chalk dust on your hands to get some grip. That's all they've got. Free up a sheer, if you're climbing a sheer rock. But these are maybe 20, 30 feet high, some of them. Some not so big, but they climb them, and just stand there and watching people climb is incredible. But
see,
yeah.
I don't see that. What I see here is a straight line. This is simple. This sort of stuff, right? The knowing and the knowledge you can get is as simple as that straight line. What I find is that the battle that you're playing is with other people's minds and their perception of something that sometimes it gets frustrating, because it's almost as if they're hearing different words, that they're not hearing what you actually say. Not that really that they're misinterpreting it, right? That they're not actually hearing the words. And I can't work out why. It's almost as if they don't want to hear them. Maybe just because they want to argue.
I think it's a battle. And there he became a man right at the end there. He's back down on the earth and having to agree that he'd lost. He wouldn't admit it, but probably he wouldn't. Well, but gradually he's having to come to some agreement, because he's got to find a way out now. He's at the end of his thought.
Eric's been climbing.
Anyway,
I'm not a climber.
It was wonderful. For me, it was wonderful. I hope everybody else enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll perhaps put that out tomorrow for a video for people to listen to, or what. I don't know. I think Buster was gonna thingy, but we might have gone over a bit. It's like he's had to go. I will play Logos. For Buster. Let's see. Yeah, that's. I'm still gonna have these conversations, because it's totally fun having them. But really, they have to go somewhere. What I find is I go in there to talk to people, to have a conversation and progress something, but I always end up talking to these shadow giants that want to battle. It's like they want to prove something to either themselves or others, and I don't know what it is. I'd rather have the conversations with the people to gain some learning. I don't want to seem like it's combative, because it shouldn't be. We're all here together to progress. So
yeah, this is that arena, and maybe in this room here, those spaces that exist, and we're here doing it now, and people hear it, and they can learn something from it, and you know, as we said earlier today, you know, when you think how many years this has been going and how many people are in this server in this room who have come to this place, it's few. Maybe there's others out there who don't come here, and you know, but this it feels like, you know, this is only a few kind of get it, you know. So yeah, it's just for the odd one maybe who's going to hear something that clicks within them, and they go, "Wow, that is powerful." You know.
Yeah, like saying level is horizontal, and then finally understanding what that means. I don't know.
You do.
Like once you get it, you get it, and you can understand how that can all be applied in reality, and that's where I think it becomes a trichotomy, because there is reality, and we got two sides of an argument that won't really have arguments, but then you got this guy in the middle who can tell both arguments that they're wrong. It's so weird.
Well, prove them
Thanks,
to be
Bev.
wrong, not just to say it, to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
with
these two
with
models that are
logical
fighting.
arguments.
They've forgotten about reality. They've been
Yeah.
so busy fighting with each other, they've completely forgot about real life. And they get scared when somebody from real life comes along and says, well, what about this? They get threatened. The false dichotomy becomes threatened and they get all upset. So, like, AI and, you know, everybody else that we chat to, we don't want to threaten you or anything. We're just talking about reality.
Yeah, I think it can be a scary place to be, to let go. And when you lose control, you'll reap the harvest you have sown.
Let me play some Buster and we'll get out of here.
Yeah.
Quick.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. See you later. Maybe
care,
back
everyone.
Friday.
Bye.
Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Let's see.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.